Couch Potato Sports Show, your internet radio home for all sports news and talk. Join Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, and the best co-host anyone can ask for, Cuervo. We cover it all from NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, as well as indoor football and high school sports. So let's do this. Here's Sonny Clark.
All right, everybody, welcome into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio. And guys, I have been busy, but we are here on our Sunday morning tradition that continues on here in our 13th season. Hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend as we get set here on the Couch Potato Sports Show to get ready. We are 11 days away, folks. And I cannot tell you, I don't know if you've seen it, heard it in my voice, the excitement that is coming to us right here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. That's right. The 11 days from kickoff. Let's hit it right there. Take a look at that. That's right. The Saxy Mustangs are going to be taking on the Coppell Cowboys over at Homer B. Johnson Stadium. We will be coming to you live for the play-by-play video commentary for this game and all the games for the 2022 Saxy Mustangs. And guys, the excitement that I'm feeling as we have not been in the booth for 2 years, that being myself, the hardest working man in sports radio, along with that eagle-eye Bill Cerna, and, of course, Big Red, that's being Butch Wesson, all back into the booth. 2 years away and 2 years removed, but back in there, 11 days away. Excited for that. We are on Thursday, and that'll be 1 week away. We're going to have a special show. We did a Saxy Mustangs preseason show. In that show, I spoke with the booster leader, and that being JP Phillips, and we had such a great talk. And before we knew it, we had been talking 25 to 30 minutes about Saxy Mustangs and the boosters. So what I've decided to do, there was so much information in that interview with him that I decided to go ahead and we're going to play the whole interview on Thursday, 1 week away from kickoff. Then, so be ready for that. JP Phillips will be talking about boosters, things that happen with the boosters, his idea, what he takes a look as far as this football team is concerned, because he's there. He sees a lot of what's going on there. So he's going to be talking, and that'll probably be 30, 40 minutes. And it's going to be a lot of fun. You'll learn a lot about what goes on as far as the boosters are concerned. There's also a lot about some of the players on this football team. And and if you had the opportunity to catch the preseason show, you saw the head coach of the Saxy Mustangs with me on that show, letting us know what he thought about his football team heading into the season. So excitement looms right here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And when the excitement looms, that means we got good stuff headed your way. I'm telling you. So look out for that. Again, that's going to be on Thursday, 11 days from kickoff for the Saxy Mustangs taking on the Coppell Cowboys. And that one is going to be a good one. This is a good football team. And if you get the opportunity, go back and check the preseason show. It's on all of the social medias. It's on Instagram. It's on YouTube. It's on Twitter. It's right here on Facebook. So you should be able to find it by finding me, going to my page, Saxy Mustangs. It got spread around. And guys, a lot of people watch the preseason show. So I'm really excited about that and gaining all our fans and getting ready to go. Today's show here on the Couch Potato Sports Show, it is the AFC and NFC South, as we'll be taking a look at all of those teams and what is going on in their divisions, where we think that they will end up in those divisions. So a lot of things to talk about as far as that is concerned. That being said, of course, that's the name of this show. Until the fine co-host of our program gets in, he's probably getting out of high and tight, maybe shaving. I don't know, but we can't see him. But he should be here in just a moment. But a lot of things that are going on, and as far as news and stuff. But I wanted to start in Vegas, and the reason why I wanted to start in Vegas because of a couple of things. Indoor Football League had their championship game last night. And I'm tired of just covering it up. Carmen is such wonderful stuff. I have a beef with the owner of the Quad City Steam Wheelers. Guy's been on my ass forever, and Karma just comes back and gets him in the championship game as the Northern Arizona Wranglers beat the Quad City Steam Wheelers in the national championship of the Indoor Football League. So I'm really happy about that. The Eagle Eye Bill Cerna actually attended that game. So later on this week, hopefully grab him up, talk a little bit about that as far as that is concerned. But in Vegas, in the NFL, lots of things to talk about. And I saw this, I stood a lot on the Fox network, but here are some of the betting odds for this year's receiving yards leader. And the typical names are there. But I see a sucker bet. So I see a sucker bet so bad on this list. Cooper Kupp. I'm telling you guys, and it's not because I dislike Cooper Kupp. I just don't think he's good. To me, he reminds me of a one-hit wonder. Okay, this is the first time we're talking about Cooper Kupp being a guy that is in the mainstay of everything that is wide receiver and everything with the fact that let's just be honest. He got a quarterback that could deliver the ball really well, and Cooper Kupp was the recipient of that. But 1 year do no MVP, no Hall of Fame, no wide receiver of the year make. And we can talk about what a great season he has. I'm not going to sit here and talk semantics about numbers because the guy was great last year. The question that I have when a guy that really, I don't want to say he came out of nowhere, but really he kind of did. The defensive coordinators this last 6 months, since February, after the Super Bowl, have been on Cooper Kupp alert. The teams within the NFC West have been on alert. The teams that were set up outside of the division that the NFC West was going to play, those defensive coordinators have been ready. And then that one outside. And we're not covering the LA Rams today, but I do want to just talk a little bit about their schedule as far as what's going on. Now, I don't count preseason. I don't care about preseason. If you care about preseason, wonderful. But the Rams are going to start off the season, first game of the year, Thursday Night Football, on September 8th. They got the Bills. Cooper Kupp has the Bills, along with, obviously, Matthew Stafford. Week 2, they get a little reprieve. Maybe we'll see something good. The Rams will be at home taking on the Falcons. Maybe Cooper Kupp will be really big there. I don't know how big he's going to be against the Buffalo Bills. But then division rivals start 2 weeks in a row. You get the Arizona Cardinals and the 49ers back to back. And then the Cowboys. So I think the Cowboys defensively, if you watched our preseason, our two-a-days from last week, I think that this could be a team that maybe Cooper Kupp could have a big game. Panthers, not all that great the week after that. But then back into the division with the 49ers, then the Buccaneers, then back in the division with the Arizona Cardinals, Saints, Chiefs, Seattle Seahawks within the division, Raiders, and the Green Bay Packers. What I'm saying is I look at the schedule, I can see maybe where Cooper Kupp can become, but to be the dominating guy, that will take a lot of work. That will take Matthew Stafford saying, I've got to get the ball to my superstar. And when I look at this, again, I go back at defensive coordinators are drooling for this game to stop Cooper Kupp. Now, the odds makers are not being nice to, as far as that's concerned, but they're gonna make you think. Plus 800 for Cooper Kupp. Justin Jefferson, I think, is real low. I think that number should be higher. I'm loving me some Justin Jefferson. And it's all about him, his playmaking abilities, his ability to get open. I'm loving Justin Jefferson. And I think I put some money on that at 900. Plus 900, sorry. But there's Jamar Chase then. He's getting the love. Could it be too much love right now? Because go back to the defense coordinators. What are they going to do after a year of tape from Jamar Chase? I think that's a sucker bet. Watch out for that. Same thing with Devontae Adams. New football team. I don't care how long he's had that relationship with Derek Carr. Travis Kelce, you look at that. Well, you lost Tyreek Hill. Now more attention's going to go on Kelce. I think the number's real high. Deebo Samuel, the same thing. I would bet against these things. So the NFL and Las Vegas are all set with those wide receivers. Let's just roll back there. Look at CeeDee Lamb at 2,000. Mike Evans at 22. Stephon Diggs at 1,600. Some of those guys I think I might be able to break out of the shell, go out there and make some names for themselves, and you might have a little money on. So looking at that, looking at those numbers and looking what the odds are at the wide receiver position, it could be very interesting. Now, those numbers probably have changed. That, if I'm not mistaken, that graphic came up 2 weeks ago, and I just didn't get to it in order to get it up onto the show. So they may have changed. Speaking of Vegas, and speaking of guys, and speaking of a guy that might be back, who knows when, we'll find that out after we hear from all the doctors and everything. But Odell Beckham Jr., where is this guy going to land? Is he going to be back with the Rams this upcoming season? With the injury that happened in Tampa Bay, could he be headed back to Tampa Bay? The Dallas Cowboys are always on the lookout for a guy, but is he too injured for the Dallas Cowboys? Is there any other teams out there that could be getting set? I think there's a team that could use an Odell Beckham Jr. that is not on this list. And I ain't going to tell you until I talk to Cuervo, because I think this move would be huge. Now, there will be a chemistry, a chemistry thing going on. If Odell Beckham goes to the team, I think he should go to. And it will definitely help the quarterback on that football team. So where do you think he's going to end up? Some say Baltimore, some say Saints. Green Bay? Green Bay needs a guy. San Francisco, another weapon. The team I'm thinking of is not on this. I've got the question marks. And I'll be talking about it. But Odell Beckham Jr. and his injury situation, that is no joke. Odell Beckham Jr., how he's going to come back from what's going on, the injury, of course, happening in the Super Bowl, how they've been downplaying it for so long. The Bears even were interested, if you believe, coming out of Heavy. Now, Heavy is a new publication that's been getting some buzz and is coming out, so I've been reading a little bit of what's coming on Heavy. According to Heavy, Odell Beckham Jr. and the Bears were actually thinking about coming together. And I don't know what Cuervo thinks about Odell Beckham Jr. in a Chicago Bear uniform. That's not the team I think he should go to. But also another team, the Buffalo Bills. Could you imagine that? Some people saying Cowboys, definite. Packers, yes. Going back to the Rams, why not? Listen, he was a good little boy. You got to give Odell Beckham some credit. He was a good boy. He didn't go out and make an idiot of himself, which he's really capable of doing if you ever watch him for more than 10 or 15 minutes. But he was a good boy this past season. He was. Yes, he was. He did cry baby across the field all the time. So watch out for Odell Beckham Jr. The injury is going to be a big thing as far as if anybody's going to take any kind of chance on Odell Beckham Jr. As of right now, he remains available. As of right now, he doesn't have to sign right now. But 2 weeks into training camp, the question that you have to ask yourself, when is it going to be too late? And I don't think that there's any time too late. Now I'm going to tell you the reason why. You look at guys, I always forget the guy's name, came back for the Rams last 3 weeks of the season and had a huge impact on the defensive side of the ball. And, it was there. The question would be, in reality, is he mentally ready to come back with the combination of mental on top of injury? And where is Odell Beckham's head right now? Is he ready to come back? Odell Beckham Jr. on that list where I showed it to you, the second team that I would have was on there. So Odell Beckham Jr., I think, could be that firecracker, that guy, that excitement dude who can make a big-time impact on a team that doesn't have a number one wide receiver that I've been begging for them to do for so long. And the problem in reality is that a football team such as the Baltimore Ravens just not taking the steps in order to do what they need to do. And that's sad because when you think about it, I think the addition of an Odell Beckham Jr. would be crazy good. So Odell Beckham Jr. will be a guy that will get a lot of attention. He will be a guy that will always be in the works. They're talking already down in Tampa Bay about bringing him in. Good, bad, or indifferent, it just is the way that it is. And I will tell you straight out, it will be important for a team who has that quarterback that is on the cusp or is that elite quarterback. If one of their guys go down, someone's going to be giving Odell Beckham a call. Rightfully so. And the question would be in the far end of it, what team is going to take the chance? Coming off of the injury is going to be a problem for Odell Beckham Jr. But if he went to Baltimore, where they have no real number one, he steps right in that. So it's going to be all about his injuries. Where is he going to be health-wise? And then health-wise, how's the mental portion going to be for him going from injury from last year? How much of that injury will get in his head and affect his game? I will give you a hint on where I think Odell Beckham Jr. is going to go. And we're going to talk about that team today. Is it AFC or NFC South? One of those teams, and those 8 teams is where I think he ought to go. And I'll talk about that. We'll do it. So Odell Beckham Jr. is an interesting story. Now, as time goes on during the week, I talk to a lot of people about sports. Facebook is where old people go because it's like new technology, but it's really old based upon what young people think. But it's where old people live, so they don't have to figure out the new technology. It's easy enough, and they can say, hey, I'm on Facebook. That's where I'm on the others, but I don't do anything with it. I do automatic connections and stuff like that. So where I don't have to think, and I even have someone else do it for me as well on some of the other ones. But when I'm online, I do a lot of talking, and I'll throw comments out on things that are posted. And then I start getting emails and messages. And this past week, I ran across one interesting thing. And I was going to wait for Cuervo, but I just found it so amusing that, that think about this. If you're Ron Rivera, who would you bet on to save your job? Because let's just be honest, Ron Rivera is on the hot seat. Not necessarily because that he's not a good coach. Let's clear that part up. It's because of the win-loss record and the ownership and the complete disarray that whole franchise up in Washington is having. Now, the argument was, would you want Cam Newton or would you want Carson Wentz? And there's a lot of Cam lovers out there that show their homer side. And listen, this has nothing to do with nothing except for the fact that right now, Carson Wentz is the better quarterback. How I'm getting feedback about that statement is beyond me. Who's been watching the NFL for the last 5 years that honestly thinks that Cam Newton is better than Carson Wentz? Now, listen, I don't think Carson Wentz is anything to write home to mama about. But by God, he's better than Cam Newton. Cam Newton is lightning, no question. The only problem with that lightning is it shows up for one game or one touchdown and you don't see him. Did it against the Cardinals last year. It does the famous, I'm back. I am so unimpressed with Cam Newton. I am so unimpressed with his ego. I'm so unimpressed with his opinion about how I'm not number 33. By God, you are. And 33 could be too high. Yes, I said it. Cam Newton is a guy that believes his own hype. He gets up on the show. Pivot was the show. He did it last year, said I'm not number 32, had a horrible year, and you can make all the excuses you want, but it was a bad year. And then he comes back on the same show, says, I'm not 32. Yeah, you're probably 37. How this guy, listen, now I will say this. You have to look at his belief in himself as being the guy, and you got to say, yeah, that's pretty darn good. And you got to say, yeah, I think that will work. But Cam Newton is a shell of his former greatness. You got to go back to 2005 when he was really good, 2006, and then it slid off. Now, nobody had a good season through COVID, the COVID years where there was nobody. And in fact, the NFL should just throw that stupid season out the window. Hey, thanks for bringing us NFL football with pumped-in noise. But they should just throw that season out of the window. But how anybody, Cam Newton, has been non-existent, whether it's injury, whether it's a guy that's just not doing really well, goes back to Carolina, starts 5 games for him only, and was really a nobody on that football team. The year before that, played in 15 games against or with the Patriots. They went 7-8, missed the playoffs. And it wasn't because of how well he played, because he only threw for 2,600 yards. Only 8 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. The year before that, back in Carolina, he only played in 2 games, started 2 games before he got hurt, then 14 games in 2018 for Carolina, because that's where he'd been before. They went 6-8. The 24 touchdowns was somewhat impressive, along with the 13 interceptions, 3,395 yards. So an okay season for him. And the year before that, 3,300 yards, 16 interceptions to 22. But that's where, if you go from 2017, it starts slowly going away. And why is that? You have to ask yourself the slow getting away, production, health. Now, I'm going to tell you straight out, Cam Newton is a guy that could sue the NFL and probably should be able to win. The non-flags that have been not thrown for Cam Newton over the years is actually embarrassing, should be embarrassing to the NFL, should be embarrassing to the officials that were out on the football field. But Cam Newton, unfortunately, does not have the spark, does not have the excitement, the lightning in a bottle kind of thing going on anymore. All he is a name. Now, you may not like the fact that I just said, hey, he's just a name. But that is what it is, if you think about it. Now, do you get a guy with experience? Yes. But if you are going to go get Cam Newton, are you seriously thinking that you're going to pull this guy and have him as a starter on your football team? I mean, you can roll through the NFL and find some places where maybe he could step in, but would you really want him to if you're the owner of that team? Carson Wentz, say whatever you want about him. Hey, he blew that Jacksonville Jaguar game at the end of the season. Should have won that game easily. And say whatever you want. It was a bad time to have a bad game. But if you look at the season, that whole season for Carson Wentz this past season, now I'm not saying MVP, I'm not saying anything like that, but he sure in the hell on a football team had great numbers for the team that he was on. Indianapolis was a football team that had the opportunity. They ended up 9-8, should have been 10-7, and in the playoffs. But when you look at the numbers, 3,500 yards of 3,563 in yards, 27 touchdowns to only 7 interceptions. You just don't get that. He was sacked 32 times, which, is about two a game. You would really like to see that one, especially with the way this guy gets hit. You don't want to see this guy get hit. So if you could keep that down to 1, wonderful. The only problem is when you look at where this guy is and where he is in his youth, and I say youth, he's only 29 years old. Cam Newton is a lot older. He's over 30. I think he's like 33. Yes, he's going to be 33 here real quick. But if you go back, and yes, you go back to 2017, he was the AP MVP. He was All-Pro. He was also AP Co-Player of the Year in 2019. So interestingly enough, that's where I guess he needs the link to the show. It might help. Hold on one sec. Cuervo's trying to get in, and I didn't send him what he needed in order to get in here. I guess that would help. Hold on one second. I got to get that over to Cuervo. And pow. Hit that, and he should be. Looks like Cuervo's going to be in with us fairly quickly. But let's go. But Cam Newton and Carson Wentz, guys, this is not even a question. And if you're looking at Cam Newton and going, let's do it. I'm going to take first of all the younger guy. The guy that hasn't been taking as many hits, even though he's kind of injury prone, but not as many hits as Cam Newton. Base it on last year. Hey, listen, he had a good season last year. How anybody takes Cam Newton over Carson Wentz right now, you ought to be embarrassed to be thinking that way. And there are a lot of them because I dealt with a lot of them all this past week. And I love getting in these talks. I really do. I love talking to people. I love to hear what they got to say. And I will tell you a lot of the times I'm asking, where are these guys' head? Because it's not even close. It's not even close. And it's really sad that we are seeing what we are seeing right now. Because right now, would I like to see Cam Newton be the quarterback he used to be? There's no doubt. I don't think there's anybody out there that wants to see Cam Newton be a bad football player. The problem is he is. And again, that I don't necessarily think is his fault. I think it's the NFL fault. I think it's the officials' fault. This guy's been taking a beating over the years. And sooner or later, that beating will have a toll on you. And at 33 years old, you're on the wrong side of 30. But obviously, Tom Brady has thrown that thing completely out the window. But really, in general, when you are looking at wide receivers, That's where it's at. So now, that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. What we're going to do is we are going to take a break. And while Cuervo gets in here, when we come back, I'm going to talk. We got a couple of things to talk about before we get to the NFC and AFC South divisions. We'll be right back.
At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors.
The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement fail to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer fields. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett. Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on.
Yeah, but is it fresh?
Look out for the Saxy Mustangs taking on the Coppell Cowboys. 11 days before kickoff. Pre-game show next Wednesday. Check out the three amigos, Sonny, Butch, and Bill, as they bring you all the action on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Check it out. 11 days before kickoff. The Saxy Mustangs. We do NFL. We do the NFL the only way we know how to do it. And of course, that being said, that's the name of this show. We are set here today, gonna hit the AFC and NFC South. I'm excited about this because we had a week before we were gonna jump into it, but now where we are, hold on, where's Cuervo? Where's his? I see him there, but oh, of course, I have to be in the right place in order to hit the button.
You
there
didn't know? Your ass better call somebody!
It's Cuervo on. Let me hit that. Boom! There, I can see your whole face. How you doing? Good to see you, my friend.
What's up, Sonny?
Oh, nothing. I'm. I don't know if you can tell. I've been jazzed for the last 2.5 months. Getting ready for the NFL, getting ready for what we're doing. Then, of course, high school football. But a lot of things going on, as far as sports. So I'm doing really good. So, how are things over in Cali?
Hot.
I know.
Real hot. Yeah.
Hot.
Yeah, we did some garage renovation yesterday. Getting rid of junk and.
That's a honeydew list I don't want.
I didn't do it alone. Everybody participated. So
all right, so everybody had their junk in there. You just had to kind of take care of it and get it all squared away.
Yeah. My pickup truck was the dump for the job. So
there you go. Good thing you got you got the truck and the Cadillac. Look at this.
Yes,
guy.
Sir. Yeah. Yeah. I like having a truck for things like that. So
no, that's a manly man thing. So you got to go. So before we get into what we're here for, there's a lot of news. You first of all sent me something. I'm going to save that here for just a second. But some other few things that I don't know how much of the nonsense that you've heard me go off on. But I want you to take a look at the graphic here. The Vegas is tempting a lot of people to make very bad bets. Of course, that's just what Vegas does, right? That's just the kind of way that they do things. And man, oh man. But, when I'm looking at these numbers, because you see where they are, they want you desperately to jump on some Cooper Kupp, aren't they? I mean, Cuervo, and I'm not saying this guy came out of nowhere. I'm not saying the guy wasn't any good. All I'm saying is he's lucky he got Matthew Stafford, or we wouldn't be talking about Cooper Kupp in reality with this kind of number, with this kind of bet, if it wasn't for what the Rams did last year with the guy that was able to get him the football.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, having a guy in Stafford definitely helps. And I'm here.
Wrong one. No, I hit the wrong button.
No, what I was going to say is, obviously having the quarterback in Matthew Stafford helped out a lot. But looking at that chart, I think I'm with you. I don't know if I'd necessarily put my money on Cooper Kupp, but there are a couple other names that I saw very tempting. Very tempting.
So there's some names. So which names are you looking at on that list that if you had some money to throw down, what would you throw it on here?
I would throw it on Jamar Chase. I think he's going to be the guy this year that winds up winning that receiving yards title. Now, let me give you a bonus here, Sonny.
Okay.
If I had to take a flyer on someone, say, you know what?
I'm hoping your flyer is the one I'm going to put my money on.
I don't know. It might not be, actually, because I know you and I know how you think. I think I'm going to surprise you with this one. But let's say, just for snots and giggles, I got $20, and I'm going to take a flyer on somebody. CeeDee Lamb's my guy.
Wow. That's not the guy I got my money on.
I know it's not.
CeeDee Lamb. So, hold on. I've got the look here, so the Dallas Cowboys for the NFC, you have the Dallas Cowboys in second place within this division, and so do I. So you're looking at CeeDee Lamb to be a guy that can maybe bring you some money. And that means that you expect big things from a CeeDee Lamb and the guy that's going to deliver him the football, that being Dak Prescott.
Well, here's my thing. You look at the Dallas Cowboy receiving core. You got
Right.
CeeDee Lamb.
Yes.
And then you got
Michael Gallup. Keep going because
look, my point is there's a huge drop off after CeeDee Lamb. And, and that's why I think trading away Amari Cooper, don't know if that was the best move.
Oh, God.
The Dallas Cowboys.
As a matter of fact, that Jonathan and I, we kind of had some words about that idea about, which, by the way, unfortunately cannot be part of the pick'em. He's going to be too busy, and he knows he's going to forget. Not that he don't want to do it. It's just he knows he's going to forget. So, but he's not going to be a part of it. But that being said, when you lose on Amari Cooper, I don't care what anybody says. Yes, Jerry signed him to that contract, which, by the way, he played 1 year underneath this new contract that he signed, and got paid a lot of money because that guaranteed money was huge. But outside of that, him leaving, it really did leave a massive hole for the Dallas Cowboys that they're going to have to figure out who they're going to get the ball to. I wonder how much they're going to really kind of, force the matter with the CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, and that's what Dak's going to have to be careful with. I mean, you can't just lock in on CeeDee Lamb and forget about these other guys because it's going to, it's just not going to end well for the Dallas Cowboys. And my thing is just, I know how Dallas operates. I see Lamb being a guy that is going to get a hell of a lot of targets. He's going to get a hell of a lot. So there's going to be an opportunity there for him to get a lot of receiving yards.
Right.
So I think Dak is going to have to do just enough though to keep the secondary of whoever they're playing against, keep them honest,
right,
and give these other guys, Jarwin and Schultz, or do they have Schultz anymore? I don't remember who they have.
Yeah, they got Schultz. They put him under the franchise tag and paid him a lot of money.
That's another interesting move.
That was an interesting move, right? As far as first of all, they probably didn't need to throw the franchise tag on him. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the guy had a great season. And of course, when you have a season like he had, that does get attention from other teams, but I don't think it was enough in reality to where it mattered to where they needed to throw a franchise tag on a Schultz.
Right. Yeah. So, with that all said, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying Lamb is going to win the thing. I'm just saying my surefire bet would be Jamar Chase. But if I wanted to really take a gamble and take a chance on someone, for me, it's Lamb. So who would be your flyer guy?
Well, no, you said you know me. Do you know, or do you think you know who I picked on that list?
Let's look at that list again.
All right, so let me put the list back up. Here's the list.
Oh, I already know. I can see it.
All right, so I wrote it down. Who did you think it was?
It's Tyreek Hill because of how much you love Tua.
the Tyreek, that's one that lifted over my head, but
what?
No. No.
I think you're looking at Evans.
No, okay, close, because mad love for time. I think I'm going to shock you on this because I went Justin Jefferson. I think Justin Jefferson is.
He's a surefire guy. Yeah.
That bet, I think. Even though it's a stretch, obviously, that's a pretty. But I think out of the top, the ones that, don't have 1,200 on them, the ones that are in the 800, 900, he's the surefire one that's going to be the better bet than Cooper Kupp. And I think he's going to even be better than Jamar Chase. The main reason is it goes back to the same thing each and every year. They know who the quarterback is, in Minnesota. So they don't take him seriously, but yet he throws for 4,000 yards every single season. So that's where all this comes from. And when I was looking at that and I was going, that's a bet right there. Give me some Justin Jefferson, which also, by the way, bold prediction straight out. He's gonna be the wide receiver of the year this year. He's going to be the guy that people are going to be looking at him. He's going to be looking behind everybody else. I think that's how good he is. And and if what can you say? If you can get your quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards, a good portion of them are going to be headed Justin Jefferson's way. What's that guy's name who's throwing him the football? I don't know why this is slipping my mind, but he's made a career out of being, just above mediocre. Who's the quarterback in Minnesota? His name's slipping my mind.
You just said it, Sonny. Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. I did just say it?
Yeah, just a minute ago.
But Kirk Cousins, if he has a year like he had last year, he's going to get 1,400 yards, maybe 1,500. And listen, he's going to be the target in the end zone. That's going to be a fun bet to go. So, not that this means anything, Cuervo, but I wanted you to see this because highest paid kicker ever, and the guy that deserves it, but there's no football player out on the football field that thinks he does.
There's no player that thinks he does?
Yeah, I don't think, no. Come on. Kickers have been taking hell for years and years and years.
Well, okay. Here's the thing, though. For what kickers are supposed to make,
supposed to do,
whatever their value is money-wise, right?
Right.
It shouldn't even be close.
Right.
I mean, Tucker should be way ahead of everyone else.
Oh, he is. And this contract that he signed was insane. As far as let me just get that because I did you even hear about it? Did you hear the numbers?
I don't remember the numbers, but I do remember he got.
They're insane they were insane for a kicker. Okay, that's what here it is. 4 years. Not only this, it's only a 4-year extension. So that's number one. The money. Where's the money? Here's the money. Where was it? Here. A week before that, Chris Boswell was the one that had the most money. Okay, a deal that gave him an average salary of $5 million. Tucker went to $6 million, 17.5 guaranteed. As far as the numbers were concerned and what he was going, he moved ahead of far ahead, and I like it. Hey, when you break the NFL record for the longest one, even though it bounced up and went over, it still went through. It's it is what it is. So I love Justin Tucker, and he has been the best kicker, consistent kicker for the last 5 years. So
yeah, and you know what, Sonny, it goes beyond breaking the record. Dude made 91%. Now, this I did look up.
Okay.
91% of his field goals he made last year.
Oh, God,
91.
Yeah. And that's not just the extra points. That's the ones where he kicked all of them.
Right.
His extra points, I think he missed 3 extra points the whole year. And listen, that's a 35-yard field goal now, or a 40-yard field goal now. It used to be in between. I think it was 27 yards for a field goal before they made him back him up. So that being said, the guy's been consistent. He's the guy that definitely deserves all the money that he gets. Now, all the money that he gets, I don't know if you saw Pivot at all. Did you see Pivot this couple of days ago? That's the one where the former football players are all in it. It's one Cam Newton goes on where he says he's not number 32. He's right.
Oh,
he's
the Pivot, yeah, the show,
37, maybe 38. But but their guest this past week. There he is. This guy has lost his mind, Cuervo. This is the thing that you sent me. I just on the fact that this guy has just lost his mind. He is a wacko. But his biggest regret is that he can't watch himself play. I'm just like, I don't. Cuervo, I don't know what he's smoking, but it's got to be some pretty good shit. That's all I got to say, because this guy says the dumbest things that I think I've ever heard.
You just look at the last sentence in that statement, and that sums it up for you.
Yes.
It's like watching the Beatles or Jesus perform at Red Rocks.
Right.
Like, okay, here's how I'll sum up that for you.
Oh,
you
Lord.
Look at. I'll just ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
All-time wide receivers. All time.
You already
Where
know
would you rank Antonio Brown? Is he top 20? Is he top 50? Is he top 25? I'm gonna tell you right now, he ain't top 10. That's for damn sure.
I think I could think of 15 more better than him too. Anyway,
could you put him possibly top 20, 25?
Maybe 20, 25. I would put him somewhere in 20. But listen, when you look at players and you start ranking them, it's not just about the numbers, because his numbers are pretty good. I mean, hell, I'm not that stupid. I can read a stat line. Okay, they're pretty good when he's not going off his meds. I mean, this dude is a total wacko. This guy loses his mind. Did what he did with the guy that Tom Brady was putting him up. He was living with Tom Brady, and he came back and said what he said about Tom Brady. I don't give this guy's whacked out. This guy, I even said it in a couple of things. This guy's either stupid or he's got CTE or a combination of both. And it's probably a combination of both. This guy is so haywire, it's unbelievable. However, his last statement might get him signed.
This one I did not see. So that's interesting.
This
hey,
was
you know what?
Yesterday.
And I'll tell you what, Sonny, you want to hear something even crazier? Dallas Cowboys could use Antonio Brown.
Oh, yeah.
They could use him.
Well, interestingly enough, you say that, Cuervo, because there's another person that's eyeing the Dallas Cowboys. And Jerry Jones, I think, needs to open his ears. And there are, let's see here, 7 teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams on this little graphic here, Cuervo. And the team I think he needs to go to is not there. The number 1 place he should go is on there. And it's not the Dallas Cowboys. There's one team that needs Odell Beckham Jr. in order for them to be as good as they can be.
I already know who it is.
Yeah, you know. You already know. Baltimore Ravens would kill for this guy, and it would be easy peasy. That's the one he should go to. Now, there's a team that's not on that list that should be breaking their leg to get this guy. And we're going to talk about that team today. So you already know it's going to be, I think it's a team in the NFC East or the NFC South or the AFC South. I'm telling you the team that he should go to. And when we get to that part of the show of that team, I'll tell you where Odell Beckham should be going. So something to look forward to. I actually did I actually took time and I thought about Odell Beckham Jr. Cuervo, I've never done that in my life.
Sonny, I'm sorry to break your heart.
I
don't know if the Jacksonville Jaguars have any money left to sign
No, the Jacksonville Jaguars they're so bad they don't even need that. That's sometimes you just gotta say, oh man,
cut your losses.
Did you watch that Hall of Fame game and the game they played the other day? Oh my God, They cut the quarterback who started in the Hall of Fame game, so they cut him. Which, yeah, because there's some other quarterbacks which by the way, I'll talk about when we talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's a couple quarterbacks that I think that they could use, and we'll talk about that when we get to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But one more thing before we get, because we're gonna hop onto the information. Where is this thing at? Here it is. I don't know about you, but I spend way too much time online talking about football with people I don't even know, and I get into squabbles with them, which is the fun part of it. But this one came up, and Cuervo, is this as easy as I think it is? So I'm just going to throw it out there. If you were Ron Rivera right now, and you had to save your job, would you bring in Cam Newton, or would you bring in Carson Wentz?
Well, I mean, would I bring in? Well, Wentz is already there, which we know that.
Yeah, he's already there. But I mean, if he has a real choice, I don't know how much Chico has as far as input and say and pull, but. Yeah. If he could have any guy he want, do you think he'd take Carson Wentz or keep Carson Wentz, or would he go to Cam Newton?
So, I mean, you can make arguments for both.
You can?
Right? Yeah, you can. And I heard what you were saying earlier.
Okay, so you did hear. Okay.
Yeah, I heard part of it.
The diatribe.
So, Wentz is the younger, I would say, more reliable quarterback. But the thing about Cam, Sonny, is Ron Rivera knows Cam very well.
Yeah.
And Ron Rivera can be a guy that can get the best out of Cam like he did in Carolina.
Right.
So it's really, I mean, like I said, you can make an argument for both. It's either you go with the younger, more reliable Wentz, and when I say reliable, physically, we know that situation.
Right.
But mentally, Wentz is more reliable.
Right.
Okay. Because Cam's kind of gone
but
off.
No
of his
ability worth Cuervo. I mean.
Well, when healthy, Wentz is not. I mean, he's not a statue, man. He can move.
Right.
It's just when healthy, that's the thing. And so, one year of him playing last year, that's to me is not enough. We've seen guys, they'll have one good year and then they'll go back to their old injury ways. So
oh wow, yeah, exactly.
So, but with Cam, ever since he left Carolina, Sonny, he's been all over the place emotionally, mentally.
Even when he's gone back to him like last year.
Right. Well, he went back to Carolina. That kind of worked out, but
was that fun for him?
Was it fun?
I don't know. Yeah, against the Cardinals, and I remember this because I sat there going, I'd like to just if I believed in gun violence, I might have shot him in the head. I mean, I was just like, God. I mean, come on. It's first of all, it's the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, you're not back when you score a rushing touchdown against the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, you're back when you throw for 225, 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. You notice how that's a constant theme in me, right, Cuervo? If there's a constant theme that I have with quarterbacks, it's 225, 250, and 2 touchdowns. And I'm sorry, he doesn't have the capabilities of doing this now.
No turnovers.
Well, the turnovers are going to happen, even the best throw. I mean, look at Tom Brady. He throws some of the dumbest interceptions I've ever seen. But that part's going to happen. Just how much is it going to happen? But if you take a look at Carson Wentz with the Indianapolis Colts, he put together a really good year, which I don't think anybody expected. Of course, my Jaguars went ahead and played spoiler and screwed them out of the playoffs, which in turn is the reason why, Carson Wentz is in Washington now and not an Indianapolis Colt this year. Because I'm telling you right now, if he took them to the playoffs, he'd be right there in Indianapolis right now. But new quarterback, we'll talk about that in just a moment. But where Carson is in his progression, plus he's a lot younger. He's not taking as many hits as one Cam Newton, although his injuries are you hold your breath every time this guy takes a hit, and you're always worried about your guy if it is Carson Wentz. So interestingly enough, so but I'm going to tell you, I don't even think right now Cam Newton can carry his jock right now. It's just not there, and that's outside in ability, mentally, physically, all those things put together right now. I think Carson Wentz, he's in a better place, in all those things. So yeah, I don't know. I can't believe Cam Newton fans are still in love with this guy to think that he's not 32 if he's not 37. I just I don't understand why there's so much love for the guy. He had a great year back 8 years ago. Okay, won the MVP, got into the Super Bowl. Congratulations. He was halfway decent the year after that, but man, we haven't had a sighting for him for at least 5 to 6 years now. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's been 7 years now, like you said.
Yep. Now, being relevant, right? At some point, you got to be relevant. So, but all right, my man. We got to do. We got to talk. We're going to jump into that, but we're going to take a 32-second break. I need to fill up. I need to get something to drink. So 36 seconds, because guess what? You signed up last week. Thank you, by the way. It's time for the bragging. It's time for the bragging rights pick'em game here on the Couch Fan Sports Show. If you want to be a part of the Pick'em game, just get me a message. I'll get you all the credentials to get you all signed up. I got to get my brother still in there. We got about 12, 13 people that are going to be part of it that decided to be dedicated, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Some new guys, a couple of my wrestling buddies are going to be in there and things like that, so it's going to be fun season. Will Brian Tarvin be able to hold on to the trophy? My brother from the year was one game away from winning that trophy 2 years in a row. And I'm not very happy that I haven't been up there and to bring home the trophy. So that being said, that's the name of the show, Cuervo. It is time. It is time to take a look at what's coming our way. And we're going to do this the same way we always do it. We're going to start in the AFC. Okay. And I'm going to start talking about the team that I think is going to be last, and then we'll take it up to first within the division of the AFC South. So that being said, there's a football team right now, Cuervo, that's out of whack, out of line, all over the place, and you got to feel sorry for one Lovie Smith, and it's all about this team right now. The Houston Texans are a football team right now that seems to be completely and utterly lost, Cuervo. I've not, listen, there have been a lot of franchises out there that have been the laughing stock. You can go back to the Saints. You can, for all that matters, you can go to the Jacksonville Jaguars, see how bad they play. You can go back to the days before one quarterback made his, presence in Seattle, and that being Russell Wilson. And Seattle Seahawks were a disgusting mess for many years. And then you got the Lions, who are, a franchise that I don't know if they're coming back or whatever it is, but right now, in a state of oblivion, is a football team that is the Houston Texans. And the thing I think about most, it's not even about the players, Cuervo. It's about how unfortunate that Lovie Smith is caught up into a political situation that I don't know, to be honest, Cuervo, if he had his choice, if he'd want to be the head coach of that football team. But I think he was kind of talked into it based upon the politics that was being going on at the time. Because first of all, and I love me some Lovie Smith. I don't think he's a head coach in this league today. 5-6 years ago, yes, but the league has changed so much that I don't know. I don't know if it's gone past him being a head coach.
I think it's gone past him, Sonny, and it's not because he's not a smart dude. It's I just think in general, defensive-minded coaches are not built to be head coaches anymore.
Not anymore. You're right about that.
Guy. You got to have an offensive guy, and it's something I thought about some point over the past week. You look at the Final Four from last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Final Four teams to get to the Super Bowl. You had Cincinnati and Kansas City, right? And then you had San Francisco and the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
What do all four of those teams have in common? All of their head coaches are offensive-minded coaches. They are offensive backgrounds. It just defensive guys are just not, for the way the NFL is played today, defensive coaches are not built to be head coaches anymore.
And there's some good coaches out there on the defensive side of the ball. If they actually go that route, which if you look in Tampa Bay, they kind of did. What's going on in Tampa Bay with the head coach over there, and then bringing in or keeping, in reality, two guys could have had that job that were the offensive and defensive coordinator. They went defensive coordinator because they didn't feel comfortable enough with what's his nose, the offense coordinator in Tampa Bay,
Byron,
yeah. So
Leftwich.
They didn't feel comfortable with Leftwich running the whole thing. They went on the other side with a guy who's coached on the defensive side of the ball. Then went
Todd Bowles.
Went to the Jets, and then at least Todd Bowles had some head coaching experience. But it's very obvious what's going on in Tampa Bay is they're playing head coach by committee, and so they pretty much had it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But now defensive coordinators, like you said, are not getting. It's not that they're being disrespected, Cuervo, but the game has gone so much out of the way that it's not even like I said 5 years ago. This whole thing was different. So, and if you look at Houston right now, okay, on FanDuel right now they're at plus 2,500 for the to win the division. So that's not good. Their predictions out of Vegas are going to say that Houston's only going to win three games. So that alone tells you a lot about that football team. They're expected to be bad again, and if you can even see the personnel. Hell, Cuervo, they might even go really bad. I mean, they were 4-13. If they only win 3 games, that would be really sad. They didn't play well against the teams that they got to play well in this division, Cuervo. They played horrible. 3-3 record. Hey, you split with them, but if you're a good football team, you're going to come out of that, in reality, 5-1 or worst case scenario, 4-2. But if you're going to be the team, especially in this division, you should be able to beat the other three teams in this division at least twice, I think. And I think there's a team in here, or two teams that can probably do it.
Yeah. Like you said, I mean, I love Lovey. Houston's in trouble though, Sonny. Now, what I do like about the Texans, I think obviously, and we haven't brought it up yet. The big trade that they made in the offseason, I think what they did with that draft capital was spot on. I think they actually had a pretty good draft.
Mm-hmm.
I like Stingley. A lot of people don't like him because of his injuries he had at LSU.
Right.
I think when this guy's healthy, I think if he can stay healthy all year, Sonny, I'm going to say it right now, on August 14th, he's going to be in the run for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Wow, that's huge, because there's a lot of good ones that are potentially supposed to be that team, right, Cuervo? Or be that player. There's a lot of rookies this year, I think, probably more so than a long time, that are expected to come out and have a big impact. And I think that goes back to Jamar Chase and what he did last year. And now those expectations are going to be a lot higher than what they have ever been as far as being able to do something like that. So having Jamar Chase become that guy as a rookie, the expectations for wide receivers are going to be bigger. However, again, the guy that you're talking about, in reality is not an offensive guy. He's a defensive guy. But you still need a guy to be able to step up on. He plays cornerback. So I wonder if they're going to stick him out on the island out there. But like you said, in their draft, they went and got Kalen Green, the guard offensive lineman they really need. They got Jalen Petrie. I think that's a good pick as well. Safety over the top, somebody to watch out for it. And a couple other guys, Christian Harris, linebacker, Damian Pierce, running back. Here it is, Thomas Booker, defensive tackle. And then they got another offensive lineman and a tight end. So they did, but this is a football team in reality. I think should have kept Tyrod Taylor. Obviously, you lose Deshaun Watson. Tyrod Taylor has took a team, that being the Buffalo Bills, in a state of oblivion, put them in the playoffs. So they lost him as well. Marcus Cannon, the offensive tackle, he's gone, and Terrence Mitchell are gone. They bring on Jerry Hughes, defensive end, Mario Addison, the defensive end, Steven Nelson, cornerback, and Marlon Mack, a running back, AJ Cann, a guard, and Kyle Allen, a quarterback. But where their problem is in reality, as much as I love David Mills and I love what he did for that football team, by the way, stand-up dude to do what he was able to do last year, knowing what that situation was, and he did not play very bad. So the opportunity here for Lovey to take his experience on what he can do is, if these young kids will listen to Lovey Smith, they have a chance of maybe winning 5 or 6 games throughout the season. And that is 6-11, and that's pathetic as it is. And he's got to figure out how to get them excited about that.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to, because, like you said, I mean, it's just, all the signings sounds great and all. How much talent is really there, though, in Houston?
Exactly. Good point.
That's, and I hate to talk down. Everyone in the NFL's got talent, okay? It's just some have more than others. Houston doesn't have many guys, if any at all, that are like top tier talent.
Yep.
I mean,
their number one wide receiver is a number 3 somewhere else. I forget that.
Right.
It's just and that also being said, it didn't do a lot of work and a lot of look on the Texans because of what they're doing. They're just in a state where they're first of all, they're not going to be competitive. And if they are, the question that, Lovey Smith has got to ask himself is, how long will he stay there for that? Or how long will the organization, let him put himself out there to hang himself, and before they'll make a move. So, but this was a political move, bringing in Lovey Smith.
And I think that's why, Sonny, I think Lovey will do 1, maybe 2 seasons, and I think that's it. He's not
Yeah.
gonna.
And that's too bad for Lovey, because if you're any kind of Bears fan, you're a Lovey Smith fan.
Of course.
And if you're that way. But yeah, I don't see the Texans. And here's the bad part about this, Cuervo. I can see the Texans being bad for the next 4 or 5 years. Unless these young cats that are coming in that they got off the draft and they do actually pull some talent to come to that team to try to turn around the franchise. I just don't see it for, maybe 5 years is too long, but I don't see it for 3 years at least.
I give it 3 years. I think that's how long you need to see. Okay, did we hit on this guy, or was it a dud? I think 3 years is good enough. That's enough time to evaluate whether a guy was a good draft pick or not.
And all these young cats that are going in that do have talent, okay, like you said, they did very well in the draft at positions that they need. How long are they going to hang out for it? How much are they going to say, yeah, I'll stay here in Houston, before they start, doing, what we've seen Kyler Murray doing? I just want out of here, or do something. You're either going to give me some money or I'm going to be gone. And that could end up being, especially if one does take the step forward and the rest of the team doesn't. So you can look that could be really interesting to see the political side of what's happening in Houston compared to the players and how long they will stay for it, and see what's going on. For Lovie Smith, I hope they have a great, successful season. I just don't see it happening in 2022. So, but that being said, so we both got Houston. I'm sure you got them in the final position in this division, or do you have them in third?
I bounced around in my mind a little bit, but I ultimately, I put Houston in last as well.
I think we're going to be where, if we may have a difference, it'll be 1 and 2. In reality, as far as this division is concerned, because the number 3 team that I think is going to be there is the team that I wear the jersey all the time. So the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is a football team that has every year everybody talks. If you're not a good football team, everybody talks about that one word. That if you're still bad, you never get enough potential. And, we could sit and talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars and their potential. But the problem with talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars and potential, they have it not because of the cogs in play. It's the coaching staff. And that is where I'd much rather have a little bit less at the coaching and have some talent on the football field. Now, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they go out. I love Peterson. This was the move for this football team for the next 4 years. Because really, in reality, just as bad as the Houston Texans are, the Jacksonville Jaguars, as much as I love them, are not very far behind on them. They're at least two years maybe out to maybe making an impact, because they still got to get past Indianapolis. They still got to get past Tennessee. And if you look at the season, you look at their schedule, you look at the personnel, and the potential for it to come is what it's all about. And Cuervo's taking a step back here real quick. He'll be back. But I'm telling you, as far as the Jaguars are concerned, they have got a tough road to haul. They've been struggling. They're going to struggle this year as well. But how much they're going to struggle will become from the coaching staff, putting players where they need to play. A bad record at 30-14 last year should be enough to make every Jacksonville Jaguar cry. But that was also a horrible situation as far as who was at the head of that organization at that time. So the Jaguars, if you take a look at it, I don't see them winning more than 5 or 6 games. And as far as where they are, But when I look at Jacksonville and everybody, I'm going to have the hopes that they're going to be better than that. But when I realistically looked at it, I didn't see anything better. So as far as Jacksonville and what they're going to be able to do, or maybe not be able to do, will be a big question going into the season. Guys, they lost. Regardless of how much you think Christian Kirk should have got paid, this is a huge loss for this guy because he was what you call a step-up number 2. At least that's my definition of a step-up number 2. This guy, they went to him when they needed to, and he was a big guy. They lose him. Okay, another loss, Zay Jones, he wasn't much, so losing him was not really much of a loss. Evan Ingram, the tight end, was a loss. Brandon Sheriff, the offensive guard, was a huge loss. Adrian Key on the defensive side of the ball. Fatowski, big losses on the defensive side of the ball for this football team. And whether or not they will be able to maintain it, correct it, or get it right is going to be the biggest question of them all. So as far as where Jacksonville is and what they're going to be able to do, it'll all come down to the potential, and from the potential of what the coaching staff can bring to the Jaguars as they move into the season. But as much as you see some guys, by the way, those were guys that came in. The teams that lost, those guys are huge. So, we'll see what the Jaguars can do. We'll see what they can try to put together, but it will all come from the head coach and what he can do. But if you look so far as what is going on in the preseason right now, you're not seeing the Jacksonville Jaguars that makes you any kind of confident going into the season, Cuervo, to where you go, watch out for the Jaguars. Now, I do expect them to win a game. I'll put it out there. I'll put 3 games that they should not win, and they're going to win basically because of what their coaching staff can bring to them.
Well, I mean, look how they ended the season. I mean, they knocked the Colts out of the playoffs. I mean, that's so crazy to think about.
Right in the same division.
You ever notice that? So, I know I can speak for you and I because we watch Red Zone with Scott Hansen, and every season, last week or two, always. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's always coming up about the odds and what are the percentages that this happens or that. Is it just me, Sonny, or is it like the lowest possible scenario, like lowest percentage of it happening, and then it actually happens?
Yeah, within the last 3 weeks.
Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm. It's happened for the last three years, Cuervo. Last year, obviously, being this scenario, the Jaguars beating the Indianapolis Colts and knocking them off in the playoffs. But for the last 3 seasons, I look at what the Cleveland Browns did. To the Pittsburgh Steelers. Things like that are not supposed to really kind of happen, and that they have been happening.
Yeah. Do you remember with the Jaguars beating the Colts? Do you remember what that created last year? The scenario that created because the Jaguars.
I probably do, but I just don't remember.
The Jaguars, for those that don't remember, the Jaguars beating the Colts created that whole scenario with the Raiders and the Chargers. If they tie, they both get in the playoffs, or whoever wins, it'll get. What was the other team that would have gotten in? I think the Colts would get back in the playoffs or something like that. But
yeah, it would have been a back door for them.
Yeah, but with the Jaguars beating them, it created that whole thing where, Sunday night game, Chargers, Raiders, do they tie on purpose? And then it almost happened.
That's right. Yeah, tie on purpose. Happened. That was the insanity that was going on. And that was, I remember thinking to myself, it would have made me mad as hell if it happened because I don't want to see a team lose on purpose. I want to see them go out there and give 100% and try to win a football game. And that scenario, of course, bothered me.
Well, sure. Nobody wants to lose games on purpose But I mean, with a circumstance like that, like, okay, either way, or you tie and you both get in, or you take that chance, you try to win the game, but then you don't win the game. That's what happened to the Chargers last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy to think about. So it wouldn't have been that the teams threw the game. We just decided to end it in a tie.
And that's just a kind of another way of throwing the game. But I remember. Now that you say that, I remember I wasn't very happy about that scenario even being an opportunity. That part bothered me. I guess probably more so than anything that scenario was even there. And you say whatever you want about journalists, they've got to bring that up. It's just something I didn't necessarily want to hear as a football fan. That was even a remote possibility. I wanted to stay away from that for as long as you possibly could. But the Jaguars, you talk about their personnel. They go ahead, they get Christian Kirk in. That's a good thing for them. So bringing him away from the Arizona Cardinals, that was, you still get your step up number 2. They paid a lot for a step up number 2. But when I look at Trevor Lawrence and what's going on, I hope he's going to be better than what we've been seeing in the preseason as far as the backups are concerned, because the backups right now in Jacksonville, it's really not a good sight. And they better hope this young man doesn't get hurt and get clobbered. And then, they're in a bad place as it is now. They're not going to win a lot of football games, but it's even going to be worse if they can't get their number 1, Trevor Lawrence, to be out on the football field.
Yeah, here's my thing, Sonny. I see when I think of the Jaguars, I think you hit it right on the money, because I see potential in them too. Mm-hmm. I see a lot of it. With the some of the obviously getting the number 1 overall pick. Do I completely agree with the Walker pick? No, I can't say that I do. But again, that pick kind of sums up what you're talking about, because they're going off of the upside in Walker. They're going off of what the potential could be, instead of, getting a more proven guy in Hutchinson. And we'll see how he does in Detroit.
Right.
But getting that guy in Hutchinson is more, it's a more solid, more, like I said, he's proven himself to what he is, or why he was considered to be the number 1 overall guy, where, Walker, it's a flash pick. When he's on it, he is on it, and nobody's stopping him. But It doesn't always happen that way.
Oh, never happens that way, Cuervo. That's just the way those kind of things run. It's just,
And, offensively, there's no doubt about it that they made improvements, right? Mm-hmm. You sign Christian Kirk, you sign Evan Ingram, you retain Cam Robinson. I think they added 1 or 2 other guys on the offensive line, if I remember correctly. They get the running back, the one that played in college with Lawrence. The only issue I have with Jacksonville doing all that was, now they're broke. They didn't spend their money wisely. They did.
The house broke, Cuervo.
Yeah, they didn't spend the money wisely. They made the right moves. They just overpaid that Christian Kirk deal, Sonny.
Yeah.
You see the domino effect that had.
Oh,
the way Tyreek Hill got paid, the way DK Metcalf is getting paid, the way that who else was it that just got paid recently? I'm trying to remember now. Oh yeah, I got your card still. My bad.
Well, all the wide receivers, they got paid. There were many of them, and it was in direct line with what happened with Christian Kirk. So it's just one. It's just one of those things where the guy was good. It's just like just like in the draft when you reach for a guy, that's what they did. They reached for this guy, and they hope he's going to be the next best. And as good as this guy is, and the talent is that he's still not even a number one. So as far as
being
where
paid like one.
yeah, well, he's being paid like one is right. And unfortunately, that's not the best thing that could happen for this football team in reality. As far as where Jacksonville can end up, I don't see any more than 6 games. I don't see how they do it. That you were naming off those names. That's paper love. You know what I'm saying? There's some names you're like, yeah, I like that guy. And with the last 2 years, they've had the number 1 draft pick. Mm-hmm. They got Lawrence, and then they got the sexy pick for the guy from Georgia. So, and of course, I wanted him to go Hutch because I'm a Blue fan. But take away from that, all that to be said, that this team's still not good. But the only way they become good is from coaching. And I don't know if it's going to be enough time for Doug Peterson to walk in there and say, okay, I'm going to make a difference within this team. But it never is an overnight thing. And if and when it happens, it's so few and far between. I love what they did. This is still a good defensive football team. But what they got to do is they're going to have to get consistency on the offensive side of the ball, and that will be Trevor Lawrence. And listen, he couldn't do any worse than what he did last year, I don't think. I don't know. Mm-hmm. If he improves a little bit better, which he should because of Doug Peterson, that tutelage right there has got to be, on point. Or you're going to see what happened to the Jacksonville Jaguars last year just seep into what's going to happen this year. But the question will be, what is that team they're going to beat that they have no business beating this season?
Yeah, I think, honestly, Sonny, I think for the Jaguars, and I got a question for you after I make this statement.
Okay.
I think Jacksonville is going to – I'm not saying they're going to win – but I think they're going to look competitive because that's what Doug Peterson brings. Mm-hmm. He brings competitiveness to his football team. They may not always win the games, and I see Jacksonville, in close games, and they're just not going to have the ability, the talent to come back down 10 points in the fourth quarter. They may score and they may bring it to within 3. I just think they'll run out of gas, those type of situations, and they'll lose some close games.
Right.
But they're going to look a lot more competitive than what you've seen in a while.
Right.
Probably since the year that they almost went to the Super Bowl in 2016 or whatever it was.
Right. Yep.
So,
back in the day.
Yeah. That's what I see with the Jags, Sonny. Competitive team. Not really going to be able to win the close games, but they're gonna be in. It's going to be very far and few between that they get blown out.
Right.
I mean, they'd really have to be just off their game to get blown out.
Last year they beat the Buffalo Bills 9-6. I think that was week 9, week 10, somewhere. It was like in the middle of the season.
I remember that.
Okay.
And I think that's a classic. Buffalo didn't take the game seriously.
Uh-huh.
And so that's going to be another thing, our team's going to go look at Jacksonville and say, oh, that's a win. Just mark it on the schedule. It's a win.
Yeah.
And then they surprise you and you're like, holy crap, we just lost to the Jaguars.
Yes.
So
yes. And Cuervo, there are games that are this year set up. If you also remember last year, They won in London against the Dolphins. They're going to be in London again against the Broncos. So, is that a game that they can sneak in there and do? Because, listen, week number 1, they might even win. They got the new Washington football team, the Commanders. So that's week number 1 for the Jaguars. So they're already starting out, hey, they have an opportunity to go 1-0. And listen, when you win that first game, that's always, dang, wow, we got out. Then it's right into the division with the Colts. That'll depend if they're going to be, how will they do in week number 1 going into that. But Chargers, Eagles, but they also get the Texans. That should be a win for them. Maybe, I don't know. Colts again, Giants are a team that's beatable. They're in London. Raiders, Chiefs probably lost. Baltimore, that'll depend upon the quarterback position. But Detroit, the Titans, Cowboys, and Jets, there's like 5 or 6 games in there where you go, if we're a good football team, we should win 6 games at least this season. And they're not there. And they're not there, and that is the problem with them. Getting those nice little wins every once in a while are wonderful, but what they're missing is consistency. And maybe they'll get that with the head coach. I don't know, but I will tell you, knocking off the Colts, and I remember the score, Cuervo, because it was such a stupid score, 26-11. They won that game, and they had no business winning that game either. So they need to have more games where they go, we have no business winning this game, but we won anyway. And I think they can get there. I think they can get there with Peterson, but it's going to take a year for him to get Trevor Lawrence to where they can, even within this division. And remember, you got some aging quarterbacks coming out of this division, whether it's Matt Ryan or whether it's Ryan Tannehill, right, Cuervo? Mm-hmm. So these guys are aging out, and someone's going to have to move in. Will it be him? That will be the big question of the whole thing. But I see 6-11. If they get lucky, they win 8. But it's not going to be enough to make the playoffs.
Yeah, probably not going to be enough to make the playoffs. You're right. But yeah, I mean, 5 to 6 wins, moving in the right direction. I mean, you won 2 games last year, so.
Did they win only 2 or 3? They won 3, I think.
It might have been 3.
Yeah, I think they went 3 and 14. The last one being the big one. So, Jacksonville is a work in progress. And, maybe you give them a couple years. You can't expect them to make the playoffs. Reasonable Jaguar fans cannot expect it. You can look at the picks. You can look at the sexy guys that are on there. But until they figure out what other people are doing, when they are doing it, it's not whether or not you can figure out what they're going to do. Other people in the team, the other players, it's how they're going to do it, and most importantly, when they're going to do what they do, so you can enhance what that one person could do more so than yourself all the time, because it's not about only one player. So you got to be able to put it together, and I hope Peterson can get it done. It was the right pick. And now Cuervo, how long will Jacksonville and ownership there give them the opportunity to be a head coach and put together a football team, because it's not put together at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Doug is a guy that can get it together, and it's not gonna be in 1 or 2 years. So you can't hit the panic button after 1 or 2 seasons and say, "Oh, Doug's not the guy, fire him."
Yeah,
that's the problem that a lot of the NFL teams have.
Itchy fingers,
impatient. They don't allow things to develop. You think about all the good franchises in the NFL, the well-ran organizations right now in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Okay. What do most of those teams have in common? Their head coach has been there.
Yep.
Their front office has been there. Their coordinators have been there. And they probably have pretty good quarterbacks. So, yep. It can't be just one and dones all the time. That's why the certain teams continue to struggle, is because they keep going with the 1 and done, 2 and done, maybe 3 years, and then get them out of here.
Right. And I don't think 3. I mean, if you're going to build something, you got to give a coach 4 years, to where he can get his rookies and the guys that they brought in under his tutelage to be complete and rounded players and do what they do best, so they can help their team obviously win. Now, whether or not that if the Jacksonville Jaguars are capable of letting that happen, and of course we all know that's the big deal more so than anything, is will they let it happen? the owners of that team are not necessarily known for that, Cuervo. So that's something to keep an eye out on for this football team for the next few years.
Right. So here's my question real quick, Sonny, and then we can move on if you want to move on. Jacksonville trading up to go back in the first round and drafting Devin Lloyd. Good move or bad?
That one's like a 6-1, half a dozen, 6-1, half dozen of the other, depending on if they didn't do that, what they would have ended up doing, how that would have worked out, second guessing. I think for when it happened, it was a great idea. Okay. It was something new. It was something sexy. It was something that, well, maybe this will work out. But in the long run of it, Cuervo, I just wish they just would have left it alone. I do. Just more in the fact that who knows what they could have ended up with. We can second guess it all day long. And of course, that's just what we do. We look at things and go, man, they should have never done that. I don't know about this one because, I think what they did at the time was really right. But if I go back and think about what else would they have done if they didn't do that, or if they weren't able to be able to get him, so
sure.
I would love to say it was the best idea that they have ever done, but I think if I think about it in the long and short of it, I think maybe it wasn't the best decision in reality. It's that reach. It's that you take that stretch to try to get, that guy. There's only so many Travis Fredericksons out there, Cuervo. When the Cowboys reached for him in the first round, and he wasn't even being looked at until the third round, and they reached for him in the first round, and that worked out great. There's not too many success stories like a Travis Frederickson. And by the way, hating the Cowboys, seeing that pick, I went right to my mind going, I love the idea. Might have been the wrong one, but obviously I was wrong because it turned out to be the right one. So, but yeah. So, Cuervo, that leaves two teams within this division. Two teams that were playoff. Well, hold on. One should have been a playoff team. The other team wasn't. So, and within this division, this one's tough because there's been some moving. There's been, guys moving to one team, guys coming off of injury, coming back into play. So when I was looking at this, I was like, when I sat down and didn't think about it, and I just wrote down who I thought just off the top of my head. No research, just did it. I had a different team in first place than I did in second place, and I ended up flipping to the team that actually made the playoffs into second place. The Tennessee Titans are such an interesting football team, aren't they, Cuervo? They've got listen, by the way, I have read all these stupid polls out there who the best running back in this league is, and by God, they're wrong because the best running back is on this football team. That being Henry, and the best one is the second best is up in Minnesota. So they've completely missed on their stretches on who they think is good. Henry is a badass. He's not just a running back. Cuervo, this guy's a tank. Okay, you don't bring him down on the first hit. You don't bring him down on the second. You got to get a couple of people knocking this guy down. He does not come down easy. And that's one of the reasons why he's led the league in rushing, and he would have won this year in rushing. He was in second place, Cuervo. He's the second leading rusher in the NFL, and he didn't play half the damn games, okay? Or mark that. He was in third. Back. So that tells you how much of an impact player that Henry is to this football team. But when you look at the other side of it, when you have a running game, you don't have to have a great quarterback. And that's what you get with Ryan Tannehill. And this is going to be the year, possibly the last year, for a Ryan Tannehill to have any impact, I think, in the NFL, never mind just on his own football team. Ryan Tannehill right now has the griddle marks on his ass just because he's getting older and just because the job is not getting done. And the job didn't get done was not necessarily Ryan Tannehill's fault. If you look at his passer rating for the last 4 years, Cuervo, he's had the best passing rating average over the last 4 years. Okay, so if you put them together, round them out, it's Ryan Tannehill number one. I know that's a stupid stat, and you're going, Sonny, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I do, because last year, if he would have got I think it was, the number was a 92.3, he would have had the best quarterback passer rating in NFL history for 3 years. So, and no one else has done it. I mean, we've seen how many greats do that. Passer rating for 3 years in a row. You know, we have all these greats and they don't have the passer rating numbers. So that tells you a lot about the passing rating all around, not just going deep, not going short and middle. It's doing all of those, and he was capable of doing it. The problem is he's a retread, Cuervo, out of Miami, and couldn't get the job done. But it's that coaching staff that makes Tennessee really good. And then all they got to do this year, Cuervo, I may be wrong on my pick on having them in second place. They have to stay healthy, completely healthy. And that includes Ryan Tannehill. Okay. So, and I wonder if it's going to be Henry, if it's going to be Ryan Tannehill. But at the same time, Tennessee Titans, they lose one of their main wide receivers, right? Cuervo, he goes and flies the coop. That was evidently not a very kiss and be happy situation for him. He's the one that went to Philly. So now they're left without really a guy that they can maybe depend upon as far as the wide receiver position is concerned for the Tennessee Titans.
Well, they drafted Treylon Burks out of Arkansas.
Yes, but you know how I feel about rookies. They're not all Jamar Chase.
No, right. No, and I'm not saying that. I just think the Titans believe he's going to be the new A.J. Brown.
Got it.
Yeah, we'll see. Physically, he's equal. He's pretty similar to A.J. Brown. That doesn't mean he's going to play like him.
Right.
Here's the problem that I see with the Titans, Sonny. And by the way, I've got them second as well. It's Derrick Henry, and then more Derrick Henry. So what are defenses going to do? They're going to stack the box.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, I already know what everyone's going to think. Well, as soon as they start stacking the box, Ryan Tannehill is going to unload. Yeah, to who? Who's he going to unload to?
Yep.
You got to prove yourself. So maybe Burks is the guy. Right now, I don't know that. And I don't know if I want to give him benefit of the doubt because, like you said, he's no Jefferson. He's no Chase. We saw those guys coming out of college, breaking records with Joe Burrow. Those are the type of guys that you're like, yeah, you know what? This guy's going to be good in the NFL too. You just know it. You can feel it.
Right.
Treylon Burks out of Arkansas, you don't get that same feeling.
Right.
He didn't break any records. He didn't do anything spectacular. He didn't do anything, record-breaking, like I said. So it's just not the same feel that you get with Jefferson and Chase. So with that all said, I just think offensively, Tennessee is going to be so they're just going to be so limited, Sonny.
Right.
They're going to be very, very limited about and imagine, and I'm not saying I want this to happen, knock on wood, but can you imagine if Derrick Henry gets hurt again this year?
Exactly.
Oh my God. Tennessee's done.
Yeah.
Right? The famous Sonny Clark fork.
Yeah.
If Derrick Henry goes down, that's it. You just do it right there on the spot. Right there I'm telling you, right there on the spot.
Well, and here's the thing: they when you saw what that football team was, you can say whatever you want, which is actually a good thing for Tennessee. But you get Robert Woods, right? All right, he's mediocre at best, and Austin Hooper, I think, can be really good here. Okay. But the fact that they lost Anthony Cuervo, was a bit, Deontay Foreman, those two guys were the ones that carried the load while Henry was there, and they chose not to bring them back. They let them go, Cuervo. And that alone, never mind. Julio Jones ended up getting hurt, so it was no great big deal. Losing him, no problem.
Right.
Darrington Evans, they didn't keep any of the three that helped this football team maintain 80% of the production that Henry brought to them. And that alone is a problem. And then also, if you think about it, Cuervo, they lose two offensive guards out, one on each side. They lose Quisenberry and Safford. They're gone. So the holes that are going to be opening up might not be there again, whether Henry's healthy or not. So and this is the reason why. And it's not Ryan Tannehill. It's exactly what you said. The losses out on this football team that they were not able to replace with quality players of what they lost. In other words, they went to reload and they forgot to bring the bullets back. They threw the other ones away and threw out the shells and didn't put another bullet in. And that is the reason why I got them in second place. But if they were able to reload and maybe not lose so much, especially on the offensive line, I would have had them easily winning this division. But they didn't. And the only way that they win it easily is having the personnel, and they just don't have the same personnel, and that's going to be a problem for them coming into the season. So when I was looking at is what team can win all 6 games within their division, it wasn't this one. And, so as far as what they're going to do and how they're going to move forward, and this is going to be the year that Vrabel is going to earn his money, because if they're going to make the playoffs, it's not going to be because of the personnel that's out on the football field. It's going to be roster moves. It's going to be right plays at the right time, right schemes for the teams that they're playing. And that comes from a lot of coaching. And Vrabel is going to have to become even he's already a great football coach, Cuervo. He's got to get better this year.
Yeah. Oh. Here's a bonus question for you.
Okay.
Let's say Ryan Tannehill struggles. He doesn't even get hurt. He just struggles.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just stinking it up.
Yeah.
Do they go to Malik Willis?
Well, funny that you mentioned that, Cuervo.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading about this performance in the preseason game that they were not very happy with the fact that Malik was taking off almost immediately. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I didn't.
But they weren't happy, and they pulled him from the game. Okay, Cuervo.
Really?
They pulled him from a preseason football
game. First preseason game.
And I'm telling you right now, that scares me. If you're a Titan fan, first preseason game they pulled him.
That's
not the
good,
second,
man.
not the third, the first game. And that alone, if you better hope that Ryan Tannehill can figure out how to throw for 4,000 yards, but keep his interceptions were, a little bit. They were 8th worst in reality. But that was obviously because they didn't have Henry and they had to do some other things that they were not planning on doing. It was a total turn, They had to U-turn that whole thing around after you lost Henry. So the game plan of what they were going to do for the season definitely drastically changed. But seeing what Ryan Tannehill can do, if he has the right things in the right places, they got an opportunity to be a well-balanced team. You don't want to see Ryan Tannehill throwing this football 30, 35 times. You want to keep him around 25 times and let this running game do its work. Right. And if you do throw, you want to make sure you can get the guys out of the backfield and help you, do what you're going to do. Because the Tennessee Titans, they were the number 1 seed in the entire AFC, Cuervo. They got the bye last year. in the AFC. The one team that they got the bye, and they lost in the first round that they actually played in. A la the Dallas Cowboys when they went 12-4 a few years back. Dak Prescott's second year. So, we say it all the time, Cuervo, especially when we look at football teams and where they're headed. The thing that comes to mind all the time is can they go out and do it? And then the guys that are there, because if you don't bring it each and every week, and you're the Tennessee Titans, I don't think Jacksonville's a good football team, but they're going to be battling with Jacksonville for second or third place if they had too many losses, which I think they had a lot of that. Those two offensive Cuervo, those two guards they lost out of that line. That's so killer because they were opening up the hole for Henry, and I don't know if Henry will be able to run for the 1,500 that I thought they might be able to. He's going to be around 1,100, and that's going to have to get him. That's going to have to be good enough in order for them to make the playoffs to see if they can make a run in it. Because defensively, I don't think when I look at the Tennessee Titans defensively, I don't see a lot of flaws in reality. I think they got a solid defense. It's whether or not the offense is going to be able to score enough points.
Well, yeah, I mean, and just common sense, Sonny. That's how you win football games. You got to score points. So with the Titans not really having a true number one receiver anymore, and a running back that is physically aging, because he has gotten hurt the past couple of years now.
Yeah. Well,
despite how bad.
Nixon here and there, but 8 games last year, or 8 or 9 games they didn't have him in the lineup, and they damn near pulled this thing off.
Yeah, and despite how badass he is, he's, you still have that fear that he could go down at any point.
Right.
And so, just like I said, I mean, either one of those guys, if Tannehill or Henry go down, I mean, that's it. Done.
Yep.
I if you don't do it, I'll do it for you. I'll put the fork in them because there's no way the Titans survive without either one of those guys offensively.
And Cuervo,
on top of that, defensively, okay, say what you want about Malcolm Butler. He was their number one guy.
Yes.
He may not be everybody's number one guy, but he was their number one guy.
Yes.
Now he goes back to New England, and what are they going to do to stop a Jamar Chase or a Jefferson or just in their division alone? You got, Christian Kirk. Who's going to stop him, though? You can make fun of Christian Kirk all you want. Who in Tennessee is going to stop Christian Kirk?
Absolutely.
That's a concern if you're a Titans fan.
Yes.
Houston, whoever they got, I mean, that might be the only team that they can stop in the passing game is Houston. Okay. Right. Indianapolis, oh, God. They're, Pittman and those guys, they're going to eat that defense alive.
Mm-hmm.
That Tennessee defense. So
that's not necessarily bad, but in the scenarios you're talking about, yes. Think about this, Cuervo. You were talking about the wide receivers losing Julio Jones, not necessarily a big loss because he's not going to play anymore because of injury. A.J. Brown gone. So they bring Robert Woods in, and they got Nick Westbrook, and I don't even want to say the rest of his name. He's okay, and Des Fitzpatrick. These are their primary wide receivers, Cuervo. And I'm telling you, if this division wasn't as bad as it is, they could maybe end up third in some other divisions just because of lack of having, someone to throw the ball to, like you said. And Cuervo, their schedule is not brutal, and they're going to lose football games. When you look at the schedule and go, God, that's brutal. This is really not all that brutal, Cuervo, especially when you got the AFC South that you play 6 games against. But they got the Giants. Okay. They got the Bills and Raiders, but they got the Commanders. They got the Chiefs. They're probably going to lose that. The Broncos, will they be good? Will they not? They're capable of losing the game. Packers, Bengals, but Eagles, Jaguars, how will they'll probably lose against the Chargers. The Dallas Cowboys, will they be able to beat them? The Texans again, and the schedule sets up for them good if they're a really damn good football team. And the problem is they're not, and the schedule is not brutal, but those are games where you're going to see them lose some games that they really should not be losing based on whether or not they're a good football team.
I think Washington beats them. I think they beat Tennessee, but that'll be for later in the year. Yeah, when the time comes. But
that could tell a tale early.
If that game was to happen today, I'd actually pick Washington.
Wow.
Because I like their defense. I like Washington's defense, even though I had them finishing last in the division. I got them finishing, last.
NFC, Washington last.
Yeah, I got them, but it's more about the offense than it is the defense.
Right.
The defense is good. But I think, because we say it every now and then. I think it's a situation where we put Tennessee in second by default.
Right.
Just because of how bad of a drop-off there is from Tennessee to Jacksonville and Houston. So Tennessee goes in second by default. Normally, we're talking about the division winner by default, but not in this case.
Well, and interestingly enough, you say that. Obviously, we got the call. Did you have the Tennessee Titans in second place, or did you win the division? I'm good. Now I don't feel so stupid. I mean, if I could get Cuervo, so maybe I'm right, somewhere within that. So we're on tack. So that brings us, to the team we think is going to win the division, and whether or not you think they're good enough or not, that's going to be the question. But earlier in the show, I talked about Odell Beckham Jr., what team that should be breaking their neck to get this guy. It should be the Indianapolis Colts, Cuervo, that should be breaking their neck to get him because, listen, they're going to win the division. But where they might need him, which is actually a good thing because he don't have to come back immediately, because you don't know really how he's going to react to the injury that took him out when he should be out a whole year. They should have the back of their mind as Odell Beckham Jr. And the reason being is if he is 100% healthy, that just helps this football team when they move into the playoffs. I don't even care about the season because I think they got listen, Matt Ryan is going to be the happiest guy in the world. He's going to be Matthew Stafford. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl, but he's just going to be so happy. He's going to be in a different place and an opportunity to win. And within this division, he has that. And he can get off of that Super Bowl hangover funk that he has been on since that whole thing went down. And maybe we can see maybe somewhat of a reemergence of him at the quarterback position.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's very possible too. I mean, like we always talk about, sometimes you just need a change of scenery, and maybe that's what Matt Ryan needed. I think his time in Atlanta was, he overstayed his welcome in Atlanta.
Yeah,
and I think Indianapolis, they're one of those teams that they were a quarterback away from being competitive again. And even with Wentz, they had it in Wentz. Unfortunately, the season ended the way they did.
Mm-hmm.
Had they beaten the Jaguars week 17, 18, they'd be in the playoffs, and who knows what would happen from there.
Right.
My concern with the Colts, though, is, defensively, because, as I'm very familiar with, their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus, comes over to Chicago, becomes head coach. He brings Alan Williams with him, who was his, I think, linebacker coach, and now he's the DC in Chicago.
Yes.
So defensively, it's not going to be the same Colts defense. That's what concerns me about the Colts. I think the Colts are going to take a pretty big drop as far as where they're at defensively.
Okay.
You know, I'm trying to think if they added anybody on the defensive side, you know, any free agents or something like that. But either way, I mean, the coaching is not going to be the same. You know, it's a different scheme, different coordinator. So it's going to, the defense is not going to look the same as it did last year.
Right.
Yeah, they got Ngakoue, former Jaguar, Yannick Ngakoue. That's the only significant signing I see, though, for the Colts.
Yeah, that when you go from Carson Wentz, you get the Matt Ryan. I think it's an interesting move. But even last year, Cuervo, with Carson Wentz at the quarterback position, you're still talking about an offense that was ranked 27th overall and 26th in passing. Okay, this is out of 32 teams, Cuervo. So, you still, even bringing in kind of like the retread of Matt Ryan, I think even Matt Ryan can be better than that. So that much of an improvement that helps them going there. Because if you think about last season, they for the Falcons, they were 16th in the passing offense, Cuervo. So that's 11 steps for them to step up. In reality, if he just mirrored what he did last year, so and let's be honest, they got I'd say maybe the third best running back in the league, in Jonathan Taylor. So the rushing attack, yes, okay. I got the Cat up in Minnesota at number 2.
Okay,
but I got Jonathan Taylor at number 3, and so the rushing attack is there. They just need to make sure he stays healthy because of what Matt Ryan brings to the table. So, when I looked at this, I was like, Tennessee, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Houston. And then I started thinking about the division. Then, all the losses, who's here, who's there. I have them going probably 5-1 within the division. I think they're going to lose one game to Tennessee. They're going to split Tennessee and go 5. They could go 6-0, Cuervo, and if they do, man, that just obviously tells you what they are, which is a Jonathan Taylor led football team, and Matt Ryan can be, the backup. In reality, not the backup, but not that number one thing that makes you win football games. And that I think, and I could be wrong, Cuervo, I would think that's what Indianapolis would want to do, at least offensively, as far as where they're going to move and what they're going to do. Defensively, you're right, Cuervo, that I think they take a little bit of a step back because of the fact that they lost their coach. But they also lost Xavier Rhodes on the defensive side of the ball, which I think that could be huge for them. But whether or not that, also Cuervo, just to give you an idea, do you know who the backup quarterback is in Indianapolis now?
No.
Nick Foles.
Oh, God, that's right. Nick Foles.
So you got Nick Foles going in. They brought in Marlon Mack at the running back position, JIC, and goes there. And what did they do in the draft? Well, they went wide receiver, tight end, and then an offensive lineman, Raymond. And let's see here, Nick Cross on the defensive side of the ball, Eric Johnson, defensive tackle, Ogletree, tight end, and Curtis Brooks and Randy Thomas II. So they kind of went a little bit in the draft and worked a little bit on the defensive side of the ball as well. So they were, I think they did, somewhat well within the draft for what their team is and where they were.
Yeah, no, they did. They didn't. I think the pick of Pierce and like you said, the offensive skill receiver tight end that they got. It's what they needed. I think
Yes.
offensive line is solid. They have a really good offensive line. So normally that's what you're concerned with teams. With this team, it's just they don't have the skill positions. So
I think this team can go 10-7, still win the division, and still make the playoffs.
yeah, I think so too. I think Tennessee, even though they're the number 2 team in the division, you're only going to see 8 to 9 wins from them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe.
Right. Because I was looking at the schedule. They have the Texans, Jaguars, and then they got the Chiefs that they'll probably lose. Titans again. Then the Broncos. That's neither here nor there. You don't know what they're going to be. Jaguars, Titans, then the Commanders, Patriots. Will they be able to get the quarterback ready to go and playing well? I don't know. Raiders, Eagles, Steelers, Cowboys, Vikings, and then Chargers. They got like 4 or 5 games in there they're probably not going to win. And there's like 5 games, maybe 6, that they really need to go 4-2 in order for them to be a really good football team and make an impact in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can do whatever you want. You can make the playoffs, okay? Really nowadays, when you think about a team making the playoffs, who cares? It's whether or not you can get to the second or third round, maybe playing for the conference championship, whether it's the NFC or the AFC conference championships. That's where you really develop a football team. Right now, I don't think the Indianapolis Colts are an AFC championship game. I think they make it to the round before that. But that will all be in reality whether or not that they can pull it together with Matt Ryan at the quarterback position. I think they can, because I think he's better than Carson Wentz. So if you're better than theoretically, Cuervo, if you're better than Carson Wentz, you're probably going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, because you could say Wentz is like that.
Yep.
That standard guy. What's average? What's the standard? Carson Wentz.
Right. So, but and again, I think they go 10-7. They'll win the division. They'll make the playoffs, obviously, and then for them, hopefully they'll start clicking the last 3 weeks of the season and moving into the playoffs, gain that momentum, so they can at least in the last 3 weeks go at least 2-1 going into the playoffs, so where they have a little momentum to maybe make it. First of all, make it to the playoffs, and then obviously have some impact. Because let's be honest, Cuervo, they were the hottest team the last 8 weeks of the season in reality until they reached week 18, and then because they won like 5 of 6 going in.
Yeah,
and and that was because Carson Wentz was playing well, making good decisions on the offensive side of the board. And that Jonathan Taylor was just running his mind.
Yeah, he went off that second half of the year.
And there should have been no reason why they didn't make the playoffs, especially with that role going in and having the Jaguars to make the play. You got to beat the Jaguars to make to make the playoffs, and they just couldn't get it done. That still comes back and haunts me as I watch that and I think about that. Because I really if you remember, I thought that the Indianapolis Colts could make the AFC Championship game. I really did. I was on that all day long because I liked the way they were playing. The Big M, the Big Mo going into the playoffs.
Right.
Man, I didn't think they'd make it to the Super Bowl, but I thought that they would make it to the AFC Championship game. I really did, because they were hitting and clicking on all cylinders at the right time of the year. So
yeah, absolutely. Last thing for me about the Colts is, I know I kind of overreacted at the end of the season last year, and I was like, you need to fire Frank Reich for letting that happen.
Have you come up with that idea, Cuervo?
A small part of me still wonders, like, okay, is Reich a guy that can get his team to close games out? That's what I want to see from the Colts.
Consistently and not on a run.
Right. You're down 3, you're down 4 points. Can you get the ball in the end zone to win the game?
Yep.
That's what I want to see from the Colts. Or, tie game situation, get down the field, kick a field goal, win the game. I know Matt Ryan's capable of doing it.
I agree.
But is the coaching staff, is Wright and his offensive coordinator capable of getting that done? Because if you can't close out your season and go into the playoffs, all you got to do is beat the Jaguars.
One of the worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah. All you got to do is beat the Jaguars. Sign me up. And then you turn around and you lay an egg.
I would, if I had money and I was in Vegas, I would have been all over that at a heartbeat. I mean, I love my Jags, but I didn't think they had a snowball chance in hell of beating the freaking Colts in Week 18 last year. It's like, damn, really? But should be an interesting division of football. So that being said, now you need to take a quick break because we're going to roll into commercial. And I know you're probably going to go grab a bite to eat, but we're going to come back. We're going to hit up that NFC South, the division of football, and interestingly enough, I think this can be an interesting division of football. I don't think it's because a lot of teams are going to make the playoffs. It's whether or not who's going to end up where, and that's going to be the big question. We'll look.
Might have a surprise for you on that one.
I think I got a surprise. So we'll find out. We'll see what's going to happen on the other side. We'll take the quick break here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And that being said, we'll be right back.
At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors.
The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement fail to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer fields. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett.
Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on.
Yeah, but is it fresh?
Back into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio, as we're here on our Sunday morning, well, Sunday afternoon. Sunday morning tradition continues on September 11th as we will move to our regular time slot until the end of the 2022-23 season from 9 a.m. until noon, where you'll catch the Couch Potato Sports Show as we will walk you through the season starting week number 1 with our predictions, with our breakdowns, with our bragging rights contest. If you want to be a part of it, send me a direct message over in Facebook. I will send you all that you need to know about being a part of the Couch Potato Sports Show's bragging rights pick'em game. We want you to be dedicated, even if you're in last place. We still want you to fill out your winners and send them in each and every week. Those that go 2 weeks where they don't put it in, we will boot them out of the league. So be a part of it. Hell, me and Cuervo ended up last, and we are the freaking hosts of this show. So, so that just goes to show. Also, don't forget about August 25th as the Saxe Mustangs make their way to Homer B. Johnson Stadium to take on the Coppell Cowboys for the first game of the season. It's August 25th, 2 years where the Eagle Eye Bill Cerna and Big Red, Butch Wesson and me, Sonny Clark, have not been, which is the booth. And we get back in the booth for high school football. And boy, I'm telling you, I can't be more excited about getting ready for that one. Make sure you hang out with us on Thursday. Talk to the Saxe Mustangs booster leader, JP Phillips, as he'll talk about all the things that the booster club does and also give you a little rundown on what he thinks is going to happen as far as this football team is concerned. We're learning a lot from him because he sees this team each and every day as his son is on that football team as well. So we got that going on August 25th. I'm excited about that coming down the pike. So watch out for us then. That's going to be exciting for us. I'm like a kid in the candy store getting ready for this one. We're going to bring you a different look to the broadcast because obviously we can't show the game. You'll be right there in the booth. You'll see graphics. You'll see all kinds of things. Mostly graphics and eye-catching things, and also listening to the play-by-play of the Couch Potato Sports Show and the Saxe Mustangs. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. We got the support of the Booster Club as well as the head coach of this football team enjoying what we are doing for them. We're going to continue bringing that to them each and every week starting August 25th. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited about that. We'll also be bringing you the coaches show after week number 2. Right before week number 3, that's when they go into district. We'll have our first coaches show where we'll talk to the head coach, Mark Red Barons, about what he's seen in the first 2 games, the out-of-district games, the powerhouse districts in reality, see how they fared and what he learned from them going into district, and then quite possibly what they may and may not be able to do within the playoffs as they move forward. So it should be a really interesting time there. So watch out for that as we get ready. I'm excited and ready to rock and roll. We're going to take just a 12-second break. We'll be right back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Had to wet the whistle. So we are here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. That being said, again, the time slot, 9 a.m. starts on September 11th. We may, it just depends upon time because of high school football. We might slide in, maybe get a little look at what's going to happen on Thursday. We'll try to break that one down if we find a little time to get all set and ready to go. So I'm excited about that. And getting ready to go with that. So that being said, of course, that's the name of this show. We'll bring back in Cuervo as we are set for the AFC South or the NFC South. We talked about the AFC South. This is an interesting division of football because you're talking about a division of football that had 3, maybe even sometimes 4, depending. Within the last 4 years, Cuervo, all these teams have been up there. Kind of. Sniffing that NFC South championship, they all had a chance at it, but obviously Drew Brees within his time.
Are you saying there's a chance, Sonny?
Yeah, it's just a little chance. And I don't have the clip. The problem.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, this an idea. This is the good and bad of having high school football. I've got a lot of high school football clips up there, taking up a lot of our spots where we had some of our good stuff, which we'll bring back occasionally here and there. But unfortunately, getting ready for high school football, we lost some of our stuff. But that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. When you see what the NFC South has come to. And boy, when you say that just sounds so horrible. But you're talking about teams that had an opportunity to make the playoffs, whether it be the Panthers, the Saints. I mean, obviously Tampa Bay was there, and then Atlanta Falcons. So when we're talking about playoffs, you got to ask yourself the question: are you capable to step up?
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me?
Yes.
Playoffs.
Yeah,
I just hope we can win
all
a game.
these teams, yeah,
Playoffs.
but all these teams were playoff teams within the last 6 years. So it's not like when you look at the NFC or the AFC West for the last 10 years, you've had two teams on top of those division, that being Kansas City and, believe it or not, the Denver Broncos. The other teams out there weren't anywhere close within the last 10. This division of football, a little bit different. So when I was looking at the teams and I was asking myself, who could possibly step up and move? And there's some teams that should be able to, but I think their franchise is holding them back. So the team that I have in fourth place is a team where I don't necessarily think the coach is necessary. I think they're being held back from ownership, the franchise ownership of this team right here. The Carolina Panthers have always been a football team where you can have something enjoyable to watch, even when they were losing Cuervo. I mean, you've seen some kind of excitement. That obviously goes back from the Cam Newton days, right? He is lightning in a bottle. It was going to get his head knocked off, and we wanted to see that, So Atlanta, could they have come back and do whatever they were getting? No, but this football team, as far as Carolina is concerned, they're a football team that doesn't seem to be able to get out of their own way. And I'm not saying Matt Rule's a good head coach, Cuervo, but I don't think he's getting much help from the front offices and ownership of that franchise. And that spells disaster for a guy coming out of college. If I'm not mistaken, he was a Baylor guy. I think
so, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was from Baylor, and he had some great ideas. Young coach, young football, taking things over. And I've seen what they were trying to do, but I don't think they helped matters by bringing in personnel for him, because believe it or not, I don't think Matt Rule has very much to say about who they're going to bring into that football team and not.
Yeah, and that's bad business if that's the case. You have to put your ego to the side if you're the front office and say, let's listen to what the coach, because if we're going to be successful, it starts with the coach.
It has to be.
You know what I mean? So if that's the way they're doing business at Carolina, Sonny, then, it's just going to make for a real ugly divorce when Matt Rule is no longer the head coach of the Carolina.
And a long season, Cuervo.
Yeah, it's going to be a long season.
Let's be honest. I mean, I looked at the schedule and I looked at the personnel, and I'm asking myself, what are they going to even do? Who's their quarterback, Cuervo?
Oh, well, their quarterback. It's funny you ask that. It's a guy that did what somebody hasn't done in a long time and take the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs. So you drink your drink. Baker Mayfield.
I'm trying to keep that in front, spraying on my mouth because of the situation. Yes, it's a Baker Mayfield reciting in there. I'm telling you, Baker Mayfield. Listen, the Cleveland Browns made a huge mistake letting this guy go. I'm telling you, money solves a lot of problems, and they just should have threw some money at this kid. Because what they're going to wait until we start talk about the AFC South or the AFC North, Cuervo, next week. But Baker's there. Say whatever you want. He took a team that had no playoff experience for 20 years, and he takes them into the playoffs, regardless how it happened, regardless if he was even part of it. He was the quarterback of that football team that took him there, and say whatever you want. Now, that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. When you talk Baker Mayfield, Cam Newton, and then Teddy Bridgewater the year before that, I mean, this seems like the better option in reality with where they have been, at least historically, for the last 4 years. So You got a guy that is quote unquote proven. Whether or not you think he actually was the reason why they proved it or not, that could be always a debatable thing. But I'm telling you right now, even with Baker there and with Matt Rule there, some of the other personnel is just not going to be enough for Baker Mayfield. Now, listen, if Baker Mayfield can lead this team to second place within this division, someone better slap some respect on this guy's name, because I think it's almost impossible for them not to finish in last place within this division.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I know you got them in last.
I have them in last.
So
I'm turning over because I got my set here. I already wrote mine down. So when you look at the Carolina Panthers, what are you seeing that maybe if they're not going to be last in the division, what makes them move up if they're actually going to move up in your mind within this division?
Well, I like what they did in the offseason, Sonny. I mean, the offseason's obviously about improving your team.
Yes.
And it's not even just the fact that they made the trade to get Baker. Even if Baker goes down, don't forget they have Sam Darnold as a backup.
That's a good point.
They drafted Matt Corral out of Ole Miss. So, I think quarterback-wise, not bad.
Right.
It's not – it's looking –
It's a C at best.
Yeah, you can argue B-, but probably a C or C+. C+. What I like too is Carolina really, I mean, it's complete overhaul of their offensive line.
Yes.
They draft Iquanu, and then they add Austin Corbett and Bradley Bozeman in free agency. So from what was an average to below average offensive line is looking nice, like it's above average now.
Right.
So, protecting the quarterback is one of the most important things in the NFL. And I think Carolina was able to make the moves to make that happen for Baker. And the only thing, can McCaffrey, can you play at least half a year?
Man, remember back in the 90s, early 2000s, there was a running back for the Jacksonville Jaguars known as Fragile Fred.
Yeah, Fragile Fred.
Man, has Christian McCaffrey become the 2020s of Fragile Fred? My gosh. The last two seasons, this guy's been beat up like you wouldn't believe, and has not been a guy that this football team can depend upon week in and week out. And when you're not getting it from your quote unquote superstar, right, Cuervo? Let's be honest, he's the superstar. If he's not out on the football field, you just have got to work that much harder to try to win a football game.
Yeah. It just that's something that I'm looking at as far as Carolina. In the backfield, what do they have at wide receiver? Yeah, it's just guys, like you like to say. Yeah, they're just guys.
Just a guy. They're a jag. They're just a guy. Now, Cuervo, think about this as also with just the guys. This football team has won 5 games for the last 3 seasons. So how do you expect them to even be different? Listen, you brought in Baker Mayfield to at least get you to 6 or 7 games, maybe immediately. And that's a huge maybe, by the way. That's actually not written in stone. But I'm going to say, when I look at what Baker Mayfield did for the Browns, the good thing that he had was a running game. If that running game stays there, you can keep Baker Mayfield at about at least 90% of what he was doing over in Cleveland. Mm-hmm. And what did he do is he made the playoffs over the Ravens and the Steelers, and, say whatever you want about the Bengals. The Bengals weren't a playoff team until Joe Burrow showed up last year. So, he did almost the impossible in that division of football, Cuervo, and that's what impresses me. And it almost hurts my feelings that I have put the Panthers in last place, because in theory, if they had a put together football team, they could be vying for that third place position, maybe the second. But there's also a few other teams out there that might be able to handle it and move forward.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to all depend, Sonny, on the health of those skilled players offensively. I mean, they're already thin as it is. I think they still got Robbie Anderson at wide receiver. I think they added who did they add last year?
Well, let me see. I kind of got that. These are the key players, and obviously Baker, Corey Littleton, linebacker, Matt Laurinaitis, that's your guy, and Deontay Foreman, running back. Hey, running back, back up, running back. And where did they get him from, Cuervo? Indianapolis. So, kind of a really good move for them doing that. So they're even saying, but guys they lost, obviously Cam Newton gone, Gilmore, cornerback, gone, AJ Boyd is gone, and who is this? Matt Pardis, the center, gone. In the draft they picked up Akeem Akawanu, an offensive tackle, Matt Carroll, quarterback, Brandon Smith, Barno, linebacker, Cade Mades, a guard, and Kellen Barnes, a cornerback. Those are the ones that I've seen that they brought in.
Yeah, and those are the guys I was talking about as far as the draft. I mean, up front, so good up front. They're really good up front.
Hey, and when I'm looking at the schedule, Cuervo, if you're going to be a good team in the NFL, you're salivating over the first 5 weeks. You get the Browns, which obviously that's going to be great, right? You got the Browns, Panthers, week 1, September 11th. Great lineup there. Then you got the Giants. Then in division, Saints, Cardinals, 49ers before you hit the Rams and Buccaneers. And then Atlanta Falcons, Bengals, Falcons again, Ravens, Broncos, Seahawks, Steelers, Lions. There's some games in here, Buccaneers and Saints. There's some games in there that they should win. There's when I looked at them, about 5 or 6 games they should just out and out win if they're a good football team. And then they battle the rest of them, see if they can go 500 of the rest of them and see if they can get 10 games. But I just don't see how that ends up happening, as they don't work it. So now, interestingly enough, I have Carolina in last place. When you're looking at this division and you're looking at this football team, where do you have the Panthers?
Well, Sonny, we are going to have a pretty big difference, I think, in this division.
It may just happen.
Sonny, I have the Carolina Panthers.
You have them 4th. Okay, so, hey, we're on the same page right now. No, not 3rd. 3rd. Oh, 3rd. Second in this division.
Second in this division.
Wow.
Because I think I maybe I've got too much love for Baker Mayfield.
And too much hope that you can keep the running back Christian McCaffrey in good shape.
Potential.
Yeah.
Word of the day, potential. So
yeah, potential. Yeah, because there's a lot of teams out there that supposedly have this thing called potential.
Yeah.
A lot of teams that are depending on this season as far as some potential.
I just think if everything can go right for Carolina, as far as staying healthy,
yes.
Look, how can you not be impressed with the guy that took the Cleveland Browns to the second round of the playoffs.
Keeping it real.
You know, that's how I see it. And until Baker stinks it up and is like, never mind. And I know what we saw last year from Cleveland. I just think there was a lot of tension between the whole situation with Odell. And I think didn't Baker get hurt last year sometime? Or maybe I'm
bit.
Thinking...
He was out a few games, but really the problem in reality, when you go back and look at it and you read all the writings on it, there was a problem between coach and Baker. So there was the big problem in reality, and I think Baker not being able to spread his wings as a quote unquote superstar quarterback bothered him that much. Well, what, you don't trust me to call an audible? Well, the answer to that question was yes. We don't trust you. So yes, that's
well, you know what? Then Baker's got something to prove.
Yes, and that
I'm gonna tell you.
And listen, he's got a pretty good setup over here in Carolina for him to be able to do it. I just don't know how that works, because when I think about some other quarterbacks within this division, especially the team I think is going to end up in third place in this division, these guys could be actually the same guy in reality. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But within this division, you obviously have Marcus Mariota doing what he's going to do, Jameis Winston, and then no one touches the GOAT. But within those three, those are capable quarterback. They're kind of all the same quarterback. The potential idea. Where's the potential on the other quarterbacks within this division? Outside of Tom Brady, because Tom Brady is going to probably do what Tom Brady does, but which
Tom Brady's going to Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's just he's business as usual as far as that part is concerned. So if Baker Mayfield proves everybody wrong, which is obviously what he wants to do, and which is what every NFL football team and football player wants to do, is prove everybody that they're wrong about what they think about him, in order to become that guy where he can be respected and be talked about as a respected quarterback in the NFL. Cuervo, he just does not get that RESPECT. And yes, unfortunately, I couldn't push the button because it's not there. But without having the respect of all the other quarterbacks, or even for that matter, NFL players, that's where he is having a problem. That's where that's a personality problem that he has. He wants to be looked up as respected, which I don't think there's any reason not to. But for some reason, he's not getting that respect in reality with what he did, beating the Baltimore Ravens, beating the Steelers, and making it. Well, he made it in the playoffs with the Bengals. But still, second within that division is pretty damn impressive, regardless of the changes that are happening over in Pittsburgh, and whether or not Lamar Jackson's 100% or not.
Yeah, exactly.
So, now when I make this pick, I reserve the right. I'm because this one was hard. As far as that was concerned. I looked at the defense. Well, the defensive coordinator is now moving to the head coach, if I'm not mistaken, right, Cuervo? So that's I don't know, when you're that good of a defense, whether or not you want that guy to move to the head coaching position on the same team. Your defense is damn good, okay? In reality, it's set. But no, actually, I'm thinking of the other team. But Matt Rule is a football coach that has got to be able to handle his coordinators to make the Panthers defense it wasn't bad per se. They were in games, Cuervo. They just couldn't get anything offensively to be able to get up over the hump and win football games. That's why they've only won 5 games. And when you say you only win 5 games 3 years in a row, the automatic thinking is there's something wrong at the quarterback position, which there are the defense with. Something wrong with the defense, which wasn't necessarily the case. It was the offensive situation with the quarterbacks.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's another reason why I like Carolina so much. They've had bad quarterback play the past few years. So,
yes.
I mean, Teddy Bridgewater, Sam Darnold. A lot of people thought Sam Darnold was going to really turn it around in Carolina. It didn't quite happen, and so the Panthers did what they felt they needed to do. They went out, they got the trade done, brought in Baker Mayfield. This is the opportunity to show that we were just a quarterback away from being back in the race for this division. And so I'm a believer in Baker. Maybe I'm going to be but
maybe, I don't know.
But for right now, I'm buying in on the Baker hype, Sonny.
He's on the Baker train, baby. Hey, listen, I got to give him the respect. I'm just worried about a new division that he's going to go into, how he's going to handle that situation. That's always, new team. Will it actually work? That's always the spot. I do like their defense. If their defense wasn't out on the football field for as long as they were last year, they would have won more football games. So I'm not necessarily too worried about the defense as far as Carolina. I think it'll be there and do what it is, just be all about.
Now, let me make one thing clear, though, Sonny.
Sure.
I'm not saying Baker Mayfield's going to light it up like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, okay? That's not going to happen.
But you don't have to either, though, right, Cuervo?
You don't. What did you say earlier? What is the adequate, standardized, good quarterback type game? 225, 250,
250,
1 or 2 touchdowns.
Yes.
Try not to turn the ball over. That's it. That's all you got to do.
And by the way, you can become a Hall of Fame quarterback if you do this.
Apparently so. But I think Baker can do that in Carolina. I think he can make that happen.
Do you think he's going to be trusted enough to do that? Do you think Matt Rule will give him an opportunity to be Baker Mayfield, the opportunity to be that superstar, make his own decisions to where he feels respected?
I think he's going to have to show him, and it may take a game or two to kind of prove it, to kind of show the coach that, hey, I got this, coach. Just, I need you to stay over there and you know what I mean? Let me do my job.
Yeah, let me do my job. Exactly.
And I think that's the other thing, too, as I think you look at Teddy, you look at Sam Darnold, they seem like kind of passive guys.
Right.
Baker, on the other hand, I'm not saying he's aggressive, but what I am saying is that I think he's the type that will speak up. He's like, hey, coach, hey, let me do my job. You know what I'm saying? So Baker seems like that type that he won't be afraid to speak his mind. If he doesn't like something, if he disagrees with something, or if he wants to make an audible, I don't think he's going to be afraid to do it, even if he knows that coach is probably going to light his ass up when he gets back to the sideline. He's going to do it anyways.
Right.
And that's not an attitude problem. It's I need you to trust me. And I think that's the biggest thing. And I wish Obi was here to talk about it because you alluded to it. But I think Stefanski didn't trust Baker. I don't know why.
And that's, you don't have to think that, Cuervo. That's a fact. It came out and which was one of the big problems as far as the reason why Baker wanted to go.
And I don't know. I don't understand why he didn't trust. I think over time, he had proved that he can be trusted to run the offense and do what he had to do to win games for the Cleveland Browns.
Right.
So now he's in Carolina, gets a fresh start. I think Baker's going to do well, Sonny. I really do.
Should be really interesting. By the way, we start talking football. We've been on air for 3 hours. I just love this. This is what we play for, you know. But all right, so we got to speed up because I know you got some things to do.
Mark Henry, that's what we do.
Yeah, that's just what we do. I might still have that one because it's funny. Yeah, it makes me that. Yeah, it is because that's what I do. Yeah, so there we go. All right, so. Panthers, last place within the division. So, you have them at second. So let's go. Let's move into the next spot. I think this is an interesting division of football. And I'm just going to say I've never trusted the guy that they're going to have lead this football team. I have struggled to have them in last place within this division. The New Orleans Saints are the Jekyll and Hyde football team this year. I just don't know what we're going to get. They're going to be the Forrest Gump. I just don't know what we're going to get. The box of chocolates of what is ended up happening. I think they're a little bit better than Carolina, mainly because of their defense. But then that's the person I was alluding to when your defensive coordinator now becomes your head coach. How much of that's going to be a drop off? And that's what I knew you knew what I was thinking. And that's, but as far as what is going to happen here, I guess I don't know what it is about me. But when I look at the Saints and I look at Jameis Winston, I look at quarterback, I don't think he's top 15. He's right now probably, comparable to what Baker Mayfield can do because of his experience, Cuervo. Say whatever you want. This guy was a starter for Tampa Bay for how many years? Okay. And then he had to take up the backup role. To go over behind Drew Brees. And then there was some spatting back and forth. So he had to grow up. We still can't get past the, the crab legs that he stole. I can't get that out of my mind out of him because that's the immaturity in him. And he said some stupid things in the past to make me convinced that he's still not mature enough to win football games for a football team that depends upon the quarterback as much as the Saints will. And then you throw in the fact that Michael Thomas, he can't stay healthy. He started off on the pup lifts. Then he's back in training camp. How long will that love affair last? And will he be able to deliver the ball to Michael Thomas if he is 100%? The Saints are the Jekyll and Hyde football team. And I fear their defense is going to take a step back this year because of the promotion of the defensive coordinator. And I don't think they have enough offensively consistently to be able to do the job in order to be any better than third place within this division.
Yeah, when it comes to the Saints, Sonny, offensively, they still got Pete Carmichael at coordinator, which is good. I mean, he's been there. He's had that job forever.
Right.
And rightfully so. I mean, the Saints are one of the best, for 10 years, were one of the best offenses in football.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously a lot of changes have happened. A lot of things look different now. They lose Armstead at left tackle. He leaves free agency. That's a big loss for them.
Yep.
Who knows what you're going to get at quarterback? Like you said, Jameis Winston's a box of chocolates. We just don't know. I just wonder, new head coach, defensive-minded head coach, what's the offense going to look like? Okay? Mm-hmm. And not to mention, here's the cherry on top. You want to talk about Jekyll and Hyde. You want to talk about big question marks. Their best offensive player, we don't know if he's even going to be able to play the beginning of the year. He's pending investigation.
Yep.
And I'm talking about Alvin Kamara for those who don't or didn't figure it out.
I haven't heard any news on any suspension yet on that, which I find kind of amazing.
I think everything's still pending, Sonny.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is I don't remember, did Kamara play in that first, or was he even there for the first preseason game?
I haven't seen any of the preseason for them, so I would not be able to answer that for you. But Google knows everything. I can find out. So, Atlanta Falcons, and we'll see if but even at that point, Cuervo, think about this. Alvin Kamara, he's one of those guys that you have to have on the team, even if he's not there. He was not there. So,
yeah.
So that alone tells you a lot about that situation. Will that you got one of your leaders not there, and he doesn't again, Cuervo. He does not even need to be in. He doesn't even need to be in uniform. He just needs to be there so he can, make sure that people know he's there. And and he's obviously one of the leaders of the team as well. Since they don't have Drew Brees, Jameis Winston, okay, he should be the leader, but actually the leader on that football team is Alvin Kamara, and he's in the situation he's in right now.
Yeah, and then Michael Thomas, yeah, he's back. I just think with the way he handled last year, the situation with the contract, him going down to injury and what, I don't know if I just don't know if you look at Michael Thomas as a leader of that offense, because he didn't set a good example last year.
No, not only his health problems, but he's got an attitude problem. I mean, every place I read, he's got an attitude problem, and he's mad that they're mad that this guy can't stay healthy. But they also got a lot of money vested in this guy too. So there's another thing up on top of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, they do.
So a football team that I looked at the schedule, Cuervo, and thinking Drew Brees at the quarterback. Hey, they could have a good season. The days of Drew Brees are gone. But couple of good things though, Cuervo. Jarvis Landry in the lineup. They pick him up. The Honey Badger is there as well. So that's huge. And then a safety up on top of that, Marcus May. I think those were really good pickups. And that goes from the fact that you lose your defensive coordinators, but you got a couple of leaders there that you bring in defensively for you. So I think that's huge. They didn't do much in the draft, so there was nothing really. They got Olave, the wide receiver, and that's Trevor Penning, the offensive lineman, Alante Taylor, cornerback, DeMarco Jackson, linebacker, and Jordan Jackson, defensive tackle. Jordan Jackson, I think he's going to be the surprise for this team as well, at least on the defensive side. But I just don't have enough to move them into first or second place. And there's some losses from these other two football teams that I got in first and second. So when you're looking at the New Orleans Saints, where do you have them as far as the rankings 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Yeah, Sonny. So I have the Saints finishing third.
That's where I have them.
So
that tells me I might be so far off here, and maybe
I'm a little surprised at your order.
I've been questioning that order because common sense tells me that when you're ranking the NFC South, how come this team is not? Maybe not even last. Why shouldn't I? And I don't know, Cuervo. There's something about a Matt Ryan-less Atlanta Falcons team that is an improvement by what's that saying?
Addition by subtraction.
Addition by subtraction. And because I've watched this football team for years and years. And for the last 3, okay, and this even goes back, Super Bowls, 5 years ago. But this last 3 years, this football team is not horrible. But their quarterback was not vested, I guess, or not capable or just not able to get out of his own damn way, Cuervo, in order to be the guy that they need him to be to be successful. He just didn't have it in him. I think he mentally checked out of this football team 3 years ago. So addition by subtraction, they bring, listen, I don't know if Marcus Mariota can be the same guy that he can be in Tennessee that he was a few years back. But if they get a little part of that, I think that they could have some success. My only problem, it wasn't just Matt Ryan that they lost. They lost Dante Fowler. That is a big loss for this football team, especially on the defensive side. Hayden Hurst went away, the tight end. They kind of leaned on him. Mike Davis, that's okay. But they did get Case Hayward in, cornerback, and Kidowski, linebacker as well. But I think the loss of Dante Fowler is a really big loss for the football team.
It is.
As far as leadership is concerned, knowing and this guy always seemed to know where he needed to be on any given play, which that's hard. First of all, that's hard to teach. Matter of fact, it might be impossible to teach as much as he was on where he was on all the time. So, but I think this is an addition by subtraction. I think this gives them the type of Jameis Winston guy in reality, a dual threat, running, throwing, they could possibly do. This should be an interesting year for the Atlanta Falcons. And I just see a down season for the other two teams, obviously, besides the team I think is going to win this division. So when you're looking at the Atlanta Falcons, are you thinking Marcus Mariota can be a guy that can step in, take over for Matt Ryan somewhat smoothly, considering what he's done for the last 3 years, which hasn't really been anything?
Well, I think that's going to be Mariota's downfall, is the fact that he has been, a backup to Derek Carr for the past two or 3 years. He hasn't really seen much action on the field, so he's. I don't know if I want to say he's going to be rusty. It's not like he's been out of the league. He just hasn't played.
Right.
So, but I think just the kind of the thought of like, holy crap, I'm starting quarterback again. It's a lot. I think it's going to be a lot for him at first.
Lot to take in.
Yeah, but I think he'll finally calm down after a game or two, or maybe even after just one half of football. But I just think for Mariota, it's a lot of responsibility. You're replacing a guy that did so much for the Atlanta Falcons, right? I mean, took him
arguably a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, arguably. Took him to a Super Bowl, won an MVP there. Had him in the playoffs. Multiple years.
Right.
And financially, look, it was financially, it sucks to make that trade.
Yes.
To the Falcons. But this is one of the very, very, very few and rare occasions where it's like it had to be done.
Yes.
So it's good dead cap, Sonny. It doesn't make sense to say that, but it was a good dead cap move for the Atlanta Falcons. Now they can move forward, and not be held hostage to Matt Ryan and his contract.
Well, they were only held hostage by their own.
Well, of course.
BS drafting. They didn't draft a freaking quarterback. Desmond Riddler, listen, I didn't even know who this guy was. I went back and I watched some film from him. They better hope Marcus Mariota doesn't get hurt, or they have to depend on Riddler to come in on this football team, because this guy doesn't have what it takes to be an NFL quarterback. I said it. I know I didn't watch a lot of film. I watched enough to where I know this guy is not going to pan out. This guy is not going to be it. They should have drafted a freaking quarterback 2 years ago, if not last year or the year before that. So the last 3 years, they get up on this Riddler dude. It's almost like they had no interest whatsoever in trying to improve this football team after Matt Ryan left at the quarterback position. Cuervo, they had many opportunities to bring in quarterbacks. First of all, free agency. Never mind the draft. There were many places where they were in a position to draft a well-named quarterback, and they didn't do it. And it's almost like that. It's almost like it's almost like that marriage that has lasted 30 years and it should have only lasted 15.
Mm-hmm.
And they should have cut bait with this guy. They shouldn't have offered him the extension 3 years ago when he was almost already out the damn door. This is a football team on franchise quarterback lists in the front office. They have no clue what they needed to do, and they're still behind the 8 ball because there are still a few out there that might be able to help them. And I'm gonna say something that sounds incredibly insane. But this is a football team that would not hurt to have a Colin Kaepernick on their squad. I'm not saying to start, okay? But he's damn better than probably this rookie that's going to be absolutely no good. But then again, then you got the PR situation. You also got the fact he hadn't been out on the football field for 5 years. So they just dropped the ball all around when it comes to the quarterback position, and they put themselves in the position where they're in right now, to where they have to depend on Marcus Mariota. Now, that also being said, the guy's kind of durable. This Marcus Mariota, okay, this guy plays games. If he's a starter, he's a freaking starter all year long. So he's not an injury-prone dude. So that's actually a good thing. And this is the way I thought of it when I decided to make Atlanta second. If he could be 80% of what Matt Ryan was, they could come in second place within this division. So that leads me to you. What do you think about the Atlanta Falcons? Calvin Ridley also. That's a bad story. That sucks.
Yep.
But I still think they could do it. I don't know why. This is one of those stupid gut instinct things that I really don't have an explanation. Like the Lions winning football games last year. I don't. But I got Atlanta finishing. This is such a weak division outside Tampa Bay.
Well, here's my shock of the day, Sonny. The Atlanta Falcons are going to win this division.
You're lying.
Okay, I'm lying. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I got my paper upside down.
Nah, that's what it was. And
the Falcons are going to.
You read better upside down. Oh Lord!
You just gotta learn how to play along sometimes, Sonny. Come on.
You couldn't have even. There's not even a synopsis that you could even come off crazy, wild hair out of your ass to figure out how you could have the Atlanta Falcons winning this division. So that leads us to the team we think is going to win this division, right, Cuervo? Yeah, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are just, not
much to say.
Cuervo, they're just lucky the division is so damn bad. Because I think if you put them in a division that's got some competition in it, they might end up in third within that division. Not saying that Tom Brady's bad. I'm just saying he's got a freaking cakewalk here, just like he had the cakewalk when he was in New England. And then he puts it together at the right time of the year, playoff time. And that's all he's waiting for. This is a football team in this division. 10 wins will win this division, and Tampa Bay's not going to have a problem with it, regardless of who may or may not be there, regardless who may have retired that obviously didn't retire. And if Tom Brady says come play with us for 4 games, he'll be on a plane. So they've got aces in the holes that other teams that don't have. But I'm going to say this. This is the first time I'm going to criticize the man in Tom Brady. We were talking about this a few months ago with the Miami deal. And when it was going down, the stupid part of me didn't put together, God, they're tampering really bad. I just thought they were talking, he's retired, he can do whatever he wants. But the Sean Payton part of it as well. But in reality, they're still tampering with him because just because he's retired, that contract still plays as far as time is concerned, and they can't talk to him. But Tom Brady left himself open to be talked to. And to me, you've got, forget about Spygate, forget about Ballgate or whatever the Deflategate, forget about all of those other things. This one you have to do something about. And I think they need to do something about it pretty harshly in reality.
Well, they did, Sonny. They did.
What did they do? I haven't heard one thing. Only thing I heard is they took away draft picks, but they didn't do anything to Tom Brady.
No, you're right. Then nothing happened to Brady.
But Miami got nailed.
Sean Payton's retired.
But Cuervo, let's be honest. They took away a first-round draft pick. If you're trying to get the best player to ever play the game, is it worth getting, maybe risking that?
I thought it was 2 first-rounders, and they find the owner of the Dolphins, what would be equivalent to 25 cents to us.
Yeah. Okay. The fine was I thought it was only 1, so I'm going to have to look at that because I'm not evidently educated enough. I only thought it was 1. So
let me see here. Are you looking it up too?
I am too, because now that's the kind of thing that bothers me. And I may be wrong. I might be and I might be right, but I got to find out. All right, the NFL strips the Miami Dolphins of the 2023 first-round pick and fines Stephen Ross $1.5 million for tampering. So
it was only 1 pick.
It was only now Cuervo, and that's where I was getting back to. If you can get the best player that play, is it only worth? This is going to be something that happens again. I think they should have nailed them a little bit harder. And they should fine Tom Brady for being open to be tampered with. Because let's be honest, you and I both know that guy, even when he said he was going to retire, was going to play this year, we all knew it. I didn't fall for it. Now, I believe Gronk more so than Tom Brady because that guy's taken a beating over the years.
Mm-hmm.
But Tom Brady allowing himself to be tampered with, I think this is where the NFL really forget Spygate, forget about the Deflategate, forget about all the other gates that you want to talk about. Okay, this one here, I think they need to come down on Tom Brady, and I think they need to come down on him hard. Because if not, this just leaves the door completely open for players to do exactly what Tom Brady did.
Right, yeah, exactly. And but I'm going to tell you something. If it happens again and that quarterback gets fined for it or hammered for it.
You know what they're going to say, Cuervo?
And they have everyone has the right to say it.
That's why that is and I'm glad you let it, because that's the reason why they got to come down on hard on him. And listen, do you know anybody that loves Tom Brady more than me, Cuervo? You probably don't. I love me some Tom Brady. If they made Tom Brady underwear, I might wear it. Okay? That's how much I like Tom Brady. Okay? They have to nail his ass to the wall for doing this. And they need to nail Sean Payton as well. Both of them need to get there. So this, and as of right now, I don't know if they're going to do anything about Tom Brady or Sean Payton, but both of them need to be fined heavily. And I'm not talking a little bit of money. If they want other teams within the NFL to take this seriously, they need to nail him and Payton really, really hard. But something tells me they won't, because of what history is with at least Tom Brady. I don't know about Sean Payton, but both of them knew better. Both of them knew they were being tampered with, and they allowed themselves to be tampered. So, yeah, hard. But
well, Here's my belief, Sonny. If it was going to happen,
should have happened.
They'd already done it. When they find the owner,
or at least talking about it, right?
Yeah, if they, when they find the Dolphins owner and took the pick away, that was the perfect time. I mean, if you do one, you hammer all of them, you punish them all.
Absolutely, they wash their hands of it, Cuervo. They think what they did to Miami is enough, and I listen. I don't even think it's close. Never mind. I think you're right, Cuervo. I think they should have did 2 first-rounders at minimum and probably charged them a lot more in the fines because, like you said, he pulled out a quarter and paid that. How much? Okay, hold on. Do you take Zelle? Do you have a Zelle account, a Cash App? Can I Cash App you the $1.5 million? What a joke! $1 billion businesses, and they find them. God,
it's probably I got that in my tip jar right now.
Yeah, no kidding, right? $1.5 million. That is not going to stop anybody determined to try to improve their football team. If you can get a guy of quality like a Sean Payton or Tom Brady, and the fact that they don't open it up for where the players involved with it get fined as well, that's a problem. But
here's the other thing. Yeah. Here's the other reason it didn't happen, Sonny. Nobody's in an uproar about it.
No.
Not like they are with Deshaun Watson.
That's good. That's actually a really good point. But then again, what really casts more of a black eye on the NFL? The fact that Tom Brady was being tampered with, or Deshaun Watson doing what he did with how many ever that he did with. So I guess it's I
don't know. And here's the thing.
I'm interested in what you're going to say.
What Watson did or allegedly did was bad. Okay.
Yeah. Really.
Yeah. I mean,
that was real bad.
Yeah. I mean, what is it? You have a left foot massage therapist, a right foot massage, left arm, right arm.
20. The Houston Texans settled with 30 women.
Yeah, that's a lot of. Okay, so he's a young guy that likes a lot of women, son.
I guess
he went about it the wrong way. You want to keep it real. That's what it really was.
That's right. Hey, let's keep it real. Hey, keep it real and keep it under the sheets. But he didn't, and that's where it all went left. It went on the left side. In fact, it's not keeping it real. What he did.
Dumb. Yeah, it was real dumb too. You're right.
It was dumb. And not only that, how about Cuervo? How about the Houston Texans having to fork over the amount of money that they have?
This is total BS.
But they allowed this guy, and here's the thing, Cuervo. They knew he was doing it. They knew exactly he was doing it. That's the reason why they paid. And nothing could be said about that because it's such a stone cold fact. They're the one that provided the facility that he did it at. They had the point and them thinking that they have to pay for this guy who's now long gone. But you want to talk about remnants left over? Wow. I don't know how much that money was, but it was because it was a sealed thing, so they didn't say how much they paid. But I would love to know that number that Houston paid out. Never mind what Deshaun Watson paid out. And by the way, how about that apology? Was that sweet or what?
Mm-hmm.
He basically came out and said that he did it, in a kind of roundabout way, and basically laughed in everybody's face, said, "Yeah, and I got away with it." Because guess what? Listen, they're not going to get. I don't know. Do you think they're going to get him for a whole year? I mean, they got a witch hunt out on him big time. They want him for a full year. They want him gone for a full year.
Yeah.
And it's not but Cuervo, it's not for what he did. It's what he didn't do. He didn't take care of this a year ago when they gave him the opportunity and gave him under the table suspension and was able to get paid. He took that whole year and not paid those women off. If he had taken care of that years ago, we wouldn't be having this discussion about Deshaun Watson not playing for a whole year or for 6 games. It's going to be 6 years or 6 games or a year, and that's what it's going to be. But if he would have taken care of business instead of playing this ego thing like, no, I didn't do it, we wouldn't be talking about Deshaun Watson in his situation that he's in right now.
Yeah, I just think it's a whole thing of admission to guilt.
Yep.
Had he settled with them during the season last year, it's admission to guilt, and he didn't want that. He wanted to be proven guilty, and well, I mean, it happened eventually, but
yeah, the NFL bitch slapped him is what they did. They gave this guy a golden opportunity to take care of this and get it done, and the fact is he didn't, and that pissed off Roger Goodell, and that's why he wants the other year. Now. They can spin it any way they want to, Cuervo, but that's what happened. I don't know. I might be in the minority that only believes that. I might be the only one. Which, by the way, I've already came on record. I don't think he should be suspended because of the backdoor deal they did last year. But if he didn't keep up with his side, that's the reason why they're going after him.
Mm-hmm.
So
and that's probably what it is. So I mean,
when the stories are written 15 to 20 years from now, it'll come out and we'll find out what that whole thing was all about. And it will be, I think I'll be vindicated that Sonny was right, even though I'll be dead by the time it comes out. So,
yeah. But, going back to what I was saying though, real quick, the difference between Brady and Watson, and this is why you can make the argument that the black eye could be on Brady a little bit compared to Watson. Here's what I'll say. There's a difference between stupidity and ignorance.
Yes.
Right? Stupidity is Deshaun Watson. Hey, dumbass, what the hell were you thinking when you did that? Right? It's been a one-time deal. You know what I'm saying? This is the first time we've seen Watson in a negative light. Yeah. Other than that, I mean, when you talked about Deshaun Watson, young up-and-coming star in the league, and
top 10 guy,
top 10 quarterback, and he just got the extension, whatever. Paid exactly. That was Deshaun Watson. You look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady is the ignorant one. And the reason I say that is because
he should have known better.
Stupidity is you don't know any better.
Yeah.
I don't know any better. I didn't know if you stuck the fork in the socket, it was going to shock me. I'm 5 years old. I don't know any better. But if I go back when I'm 25 and I do it again, that's ignorant because you knew better.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Brady is here we are again. Talking about something that Brady did illegal.
Yes.
Spygate, or that he was a part of. Whether it was Spygate and he knew about it. Whether it was Deflategate, he knew about it. Now it's, you mean to tell me you didn't know that if you had this private meeting that it wasn't considered tampering? You had not officially retired from the league yet.
And that's the big part of that, Cuervo, too. The
Tampa Bay Buccaneers still own the rights to him as a player.
Yep.
Yeah, he went on Instagram and retired, but did he file anything with the NFL? No, he did not. Mm-hmm. So you mean to tell me that you didn't know that would be considered tampering, and you went ahead and you did it anyways?
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And not only that, Cuervo, to kind of add a little bit more insult to injury on that, he did it because he knew nothing would happen. Because of
that's the problem, though.
Because of the ball.
Why does he?
It's the entitlement situation. Now, granted, some people, he got 4-game suspension. Believe me, that did him more good than anybody ever knows because he just went. But he sat out the first 4 games and won a Super Bowl with 4 games less under. It was
extended vacation.
It was actually a beautiful thing in reality, but you know what? Nothing as of right now. Nothing has happened because we haven't heard anything about it. And yeah, and now I think all those naysayers about Tom Brady Tom Brady getting away with it, those are going to come all, and not only that, they're going to come hot and heavy once they realize that he should. And that's what I think, Cuervo. I don't think the general public thinks that or knows that Roger Goodell could fine Sean Payton and Tom Brady for being allowed to be tampered with. And that is where I don't think the general public even gets that. And I know he can because he's done it before. So it's not like this is anything different from some of the other suspensions or fines or tallies that he brought up against people. So he can do it. They're dropping the ball here. They really need to. God, I hate to say it. I love me some Tom Brady. They need to come down on him really hard. So.
Well, you know what? It may not happen because no one's talking about it. Nobody's complaining enough. That's the world we live in now, Sonny. If you complain enough, things will get done. If you don't talk about it, if you don't say it, then we're just going to sweep it under the rug and pretend like it didn't happen.
Oh, Cuervo, I work for an indoor football league that's the way they did things. And and you know me, that was hard for me. I'm sitting here. What are we doing here? You got to take care. You didn't even take care of this, and that's why it would be really hard for me to not be outspoken about that if I was part of the league. And here's the funny thing, Cuervo. Other teams aren't saying, and there's a reason why other people are not saying anything about it, Cuervo, because they're all doing it in their own little way, and they just haven't got caught doing it.
Well, either they haven't gotten caught, or are you ready for a conspiracy Cuervo on this one?
I need to get you a conspiracy Cuervo because I only have the conspiracy. I only have the couch. So join me on the couch, Cuervo. What do you got on the conspiracy side?
I think Sean Payton and Tom Brady paid off Roger Goodell.
I love it.
To not. Hey, don't tarnish my season, Tom Brady. Don't tarnish my new job at Amazon Prime, Sean Payton. We're gonna throw this off to you on the side. Can you make sure that you don't mess with our season, please? Do whatever you want.
You're a fucking genius. You're a genius, or either that.
The blasphemy.
No, it's blasphemy, but it's possible.
I want to think you're a genius, okay? That, you know what? Didn't even.
And if there's one guy, if there's one player, active player in this league that could get away with something like that, it's Tom Brady.
God, I love it. That might be the best conspiracy ever on this show. I've come up with many of them I thought were quite good. I think you toppled all the conspiracy couches with that one. I like it. That's good. But that's just what we do, right? You know? This is what we play for.
That's the business that it has become. How much is it going to take for you to not suspend me?
Yep. Hey. We come up with these theories, this is our job. I think this is our job, and the reason why
that's what I do.
This is what we do here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And believe me, I cannot tell you how many times whenever I come up with whether it's at work or out in public, I know people are just,
Shut up.
Yeah, you know what? Those people, let me tell you something, Sonny. Those people are blind.
They're shallow thinkers. That's what I call them. Shallow thinkers. They don't think deep enough to come up with this good stuff.
You worked in a league like that. There's so much under the table crap that happens. It probably made you want to vomit.
Yeah. Oh, and listening to them talk, I knew they were lying, and that was it was tough for me to bite my tongue. Blood trickling down my bottom lip. It's just all the bullshit stuff that went on in that. It's crazy, but you know what? I like that. That might be the conspiracy couch Hall of Fame right there, because I didn't even gather that. That's a good one. So, well, apologize to your lovely wife. I stole you for an extra half hour.
It's okay, Sonny. She had to step out, so she's not even home.
Oh, well, that's good. Oh, they could have played for another hour. Yeah. I'm speeding it up so we can. Believe me, I could have stalled those last 3 games, but three teams. But this in interesting divisions of football. These 2 divisions, they're both horribly bad, with really only one team in each one of them that are worth a nickel. So it'll be interesting to see how this year plays out and who takes the step forward and who takes the step back or further back, one of the two, depending on what team they are. And so it should be really interesting. So next week, Cuervo, you love it. Hey, do you get my message about your Bears? Did I send you a message about the Bears?
You talking about this whole Roquan nonsense?
Yeah, well, Roquan, but I thought there was another thing I thought I sent you to the Bears, about the Bears. I might not have. I might have said, I'm sure it was something to make I tried fun to spare you, I think is what I think I tried to spare you. So I saw something I thought was quite funny, and I was going to make fun of it, but you would have been on me about it. So, but
just the Roquan thing.
Well, there was something else. It was about a player. It wasn't the Roquan. It was in something else.
Marshawn Lynch got a DUI this past week.
I did. I saw that. And by the way, the Indoor Football Connection, that's the reason why. His brother plays for the Vegas Nighthawks, and that's where he got busted. He was
okay.
And they just had the championship game last night, so that's why he was there. But no, I can't remember what the Bears thing I saw. Wait. I might have put. Let me see. Let me check the group chat. I thought here it is. Let me see if this is it. Oh, I missed one thing there. I forgot about. Nope. I must have spared you the. Wait.
Well, thank you, Sonny. I appreciate that.
I have a habit to beat up on the teams that I like. So, this is. Wait, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I want since you're not doing anything, even though you should probably be doing something. Hold on.
I don't know when she's going to be home. It might be soon. So,
but no, sure. This. Let me just hit this, hit that. Cut. Go here. Take that out. Go here, paste, make it smaller. There we go. And hit that, move that. All right, now save. This is what I was talking about. All right, add one more Z. Yes. All right, now I gotta get back to where I was. Okay, I gotta get back to you. Hit that. All right, now I'm gonna upload this. This was about the Tennessee Titan quarterback deal. I was actually shocked when I read this, and you went the same way I went with it, Cuervo, which was I thought maybe I was wrong about that. All right, so here it goes, and it'll take 2 seconds. Blam, here it is. So here's what was said about Mike Vrabel is I wanted Malik to throw the ball, and he wasn't. So I put Logan, the other quarterback in. He replaced him. He needs to try to throw the football when guys are open. So there's a combination of what was said here. First of all, he took him out of the game and put in Logan Woodside. I don't even know who that is. All right, so that tells you who he is, which is nobody. All right, and then what is also really stands out, he's not seeing the open player, Cuervo. He's not seeing the open. Listen, it's one thing not to hit him, but he's not even seeing them. And that, like you said, if you're a Titan fan and this is your guy, you better hope that he gets the right coaching, because 3 or 4 years of that, you're going to be disappointed big time.
Well, he won't even be on the team anymore.
Or that. Yeah, they trade him off and get. Listen, Vrabel knows exactly what Bill Belichick was doing up there, getting rid of guys way before they probably should have. But the long run saves them money, and it was better for the team. Listen, Vrabel's not that stupid. He'll figure that out if this guy ends up being a bust or another Jamarcus Russell.
Right.
So,
yeah, he will. It'll be quick too. So, yeah, I mean that's a bad first impression.
I agree with you. I didn't realize how bad that was until you said it, and I was like, you know what? That's right. I mean, if I'm a Tennessee Titan fan, man, I'm not feeling really good about that. You better hope Ryan Tannehill can be the quarterback they want him to be, at least for this year, maybe next year too. But it is what it is. So,
yep.
So that's all I got.
I'll see.
That's all I got. We got the AFC and the NFC North. The Bears going to win the division?
Maybe they will.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
We ain't letting anybody off the hook this year. Letting nobody off the hook.
No, nobody is off. I love that whole meltdown, that whole thing on Dennis Green.
You want to crown them, then crown their ass.
Crown their ass. I love it. It just cracks me up, makes me laugh. All right, my man. That's all I got. I hope you're having a good weekend. What are you doing later today?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Not too sure.
I don't
it's
know.
Sunday. It's a laundry day.
I did my laundry yesterday. So
yeah,
you see, I'm supporting. I'm trying to support. All right, I'm trying to support. It, man, it's gonna be a long year for the Jaguar. It's gonna be. I'm glad I watched Red Zone. That's all I gotta say. It's bad enough I gotta watch that whole game from London because that's gonna be a game that stands by itself. So I gotta watch the whole game with commercials and watch the Jaguars try to win that game. That's gonna be a lot of fun. So, have you watched? By the way, have you watched any of I watched the Hall of Fame game. I watched the Jaguar game the other day. I only watched the Jaguars not because I'm a fan. It's just like I'm just really trying to see because I don't know how many times I've watched teams in the preseason play this god awful and turn out halfway decent. Obviously not great, but halfway decent. I'm just wondering if they can actually turn it around to where they could be halfway decent. But man, those first two games were they were tough watches, man. I'm telling you.
Oh,
I almost wanted to watch Love Island. That's how bad it was. You know? Oh Lord,
man.
I know that's pretty sad. So, all right, my man.
But yeah, I did watch yesterday. Of course, I watched my Chicago Bears.
The Bears beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, only in preseason that'll happen though.
Hey, you can at least say they beat the Chiefs. You don't have to add the preseason when you're just talking to people. You can say, "Well, hey, man, they beat the Chiefs."
They beat the Chiefs. But yeah, I mean, I liked what I saw from some of these rookie guys, defensively especially. Really, really good, solid. From what I didn't get to see. Kyler Gordon didn't play. Mm-hmm. I don't think it was an injury thing, not that I know of.
Not that I think of.
I think it was just a coach's decision to not play
and probably the right decision.
I'll tell you what, though, two guys that I really was impressed with was speaking of Baylor. We were talking about Baylor a little while ago. The running back Ebner.
Yes.
Got drafted by the Bears.
Yes.
Looked really nice yesterday. He had about close to 100 yards total, scored, got in the end zone. But Jaquan Brisker, safety from Penn State.
That was their guy.
That was their other second round pick.
Yeah, their second guy. No, they didn't have a first round draft. That was their first guy.
Yeah, we had 2 second rounders.
Oh, okay. So it was the second one in the second round. Got it.
Yeah, so Gordon and Brisker were the picks.
Oh, that's right. They did get Gordon first.
Yeah. But yeah, Brisker, I'm telling you, Sonny, he looks like a guy. He's a get to the ball fast, and he's gonna hit you hard.
Yeah.
And I like that in a safety. He was attacking the ball night, and that's what Bears defense is about. Good physical defense, and so I like what I saw.
How'd your Tennessee boy do? Jones is his name?
Jones didn't play. Felix Jones, yeah, he didn't play. So
do you know why? Or
yeah, again, I think it was a coach's decision to not play him, but they played Darnell Mooney, so I thought that was interesting that they.
I kind of like Darnell Mooney in certain situations.
Yeah, I do too. He's going to be the number one
in certain situations. Yeah, exactly. I think that could be good. So interestingly enough. By the way, I do have a spoiler. This is not a prediction, as one Paul Heyman would say. This is a spoiler. Jordan Love is going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL for a different football team next year. Mark my words.
For another team?
For another team. I'm going to tell you. I watched a little bit of this guy, and if he gets the opportunity, that guy's going to be good. You know who he reminds me of, Cuervo, in reality? A better Jimmy G.
A better Jimmy G.
Okay. And listen, I think Jimmy G got. And we talked about teams that need quarterbacks that could use quarterbacks. We talked about two of them that could use a Jimmy G today. So
okay, yeah.
Do you trust Jameis Winston?
Not really.
I don't know why everybody loves this guy. I mean, it's almost like voting for Trump. It's like you don't know this guy's past and you voted for this guy. Same thing I think about Jameis Winston. Then you watch this guy play, and all of a sudden this guy is the miracle worker. He's going to come turn your franchise around. I don't get why everybody is so in love with Jameis Winston. Did he do something that I forgot?
No, I don't think you forgot, but
which could happen, by the way.
He's part of the 30-30 club, and you don't want to do that, but
yeah, like I said, I don't get where the love for Jameis Winston comes from. I just don't get it. But listen, there are a lot of people that love them some Jameis Winston, big time. So I don't know. So all right, so. In this debate, did you finally tell me who you thought? I know I kind of moved away from it because I wanted to get to the games. But who do you think he'd take? So do you think he'd take Cam?
No. No, and I know earlier I had mentioned that he knows Cam better.
Right,
and they've worked together. I just think Cam's not the same guy he was 7-8 years ago. He's just not the same guy.
Oh, no. And then that would be that right here. So, Cam Newton, number 21, you got 21 rushing touchdowns. That's the Cam Newton you want,
How about Tom Brady with 10?
But I knew that, though, because not only that, he's the most awkward running quarterback I've ever seen run the football. He looks like an old man when he runs the football, Cuervo. He looks like, when he stands in the pocket, he looks 20, but when he starts to run, he looks 50. But Jalen Hurts already has 13, Cuervo.
Yeah. Josh Allen with 31 of them.
Well, Josh Allen, we knew that guy runs all. But 1 year, this guy's got 13 rushing touchdowns, Cuervo. That tells me a lot about who he is, right? 1 year as a starter, he's got 13 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's got happy feet.
And when I saw this, Cuervo, I went back to the old prediction page, and I made a switch. I moved the Dallas Cowboys to this division. because he's going to do that one too many times. He's going to get his head rocked, and he's not going to be in the lineup when they need him. So I thought I'd just kind of let you know and put you on notice. I switched it. I moved the Dallas Cowboys. He's going to take a hit, Cuervo, but Dak Prescott is another one who does that too, but not as much as the graphic did. But
where'd you move Dallas to?
I moved Dallas to first and Philly to second. So
you got the Cowboys winning now.
And that graphic told me a lot about it, Cuervo.
Oh boy!
Wait, okay. Wrong one. Hold on. Here, I pushed the wrong button. But Cuervo, I want you to look at that number. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's 7th in the NFL. He's played one season. He's got the same amount as Dak Prescott, who's been playing for 5 seasons. This guy, he could end up being another he can end up being another Cam Newton. Now the question will be, will he get the calls more like then? So I didn't know Ryan 18 runs. What's that? What's that, Anthony?
Ryan Tannehill.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's an interesting number, Ryan. I didn't necessarily see that, but oh, hold on. I had an app come up in the middle. This graphic is what made me switch the Dallas Cowboys to win the division, because he's going to run too much. He's going to get hurt, and then I don't know how much they'll be able to recover from the season. Lamar Jackson's been doing it, so it's not like that's 13. If do 13 touchdowns as many years as Lamar Jackson is, he'd be right behind Josh Allen. Maybe ahead of him. So, I don't know. Well, I'll put this up. Just say these are some of the additions on some of the teams. You know, Russell Wilson moving on, Tyreek Hill, Julio Jones is now out for the season. So they're doing a lot of talking to Odell Beckham Jr., right, Cuervo? I don't know if you've been hearing about that.
Wait, Julio Jones is out already? Huh?
Oh, yeah. Julio Jones go for the season.
Oh, man.
He's gone. So, A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams moved on. Allen Robinson. Hey, they're your old bear that you can't stand or don't. Well, I don't know if you can't stand him. You just don't like him very much. Matt Ryan, Drew Lock moved on. Khalil Mack to the Chargers. I love that. Yeah, that's an interesting move. Another one of your Bears. Baker Mayfield, Carson Wentz, Von Miller. I thought that was an interesting move. Von Miller to the Buffalo Bills, and he comes after he signs well. The Dallas Cowboys didn't offer him enough money. Chandler Jones to the Raiders. That's a great pickup for them big time. And Amari Cooper. You know
Sonny,
what? He's a Cleveland Brown.
I'm looking online. I don't see anything about Julio this year.
I thought I could have swore he in camp that he was out. I could have. I might be wrong. I might be, and I may be just thinking about somebody else. That. Let's see.
Yeah, I think you might be. I don't see anything about Julio being.
You're right. I must have. I might have read an old. I might have read an old or saw an old highlight or on top there.
I mean, it's very possible. I mean, the guy's been hurt so many times.
Well, so that's probably why it's in. So, but I all these offseason additions, I like Chandler Jones to the Raiders, probably the best out of all these. I think that was such a big pickup. So I was wrong there, Anthony, about that. I had to be someone, a wide receiver's hurt that they were kind of dependent off. I'll find out who it was, who I thought it was, and I'll know next week. So, all right. That's all I had. I don't think I had anything else as far as the graphics were concerned. Nope, I didn't. We got the wacko. He's already done. So, yep, I got them all. So we covered them all. Cool. All right, rock and roll.
The wacko.
Well, he is a wacko. Antonio Brown's a wacko.
I don't disagree.
He's either stupid, drug addict, or CTE, or all three wrapped into one.
Yeah.
So, he was on Pivot just this past week. That Pivot show. Go watch that.
The Pivot? No, I've heard of it. Yeah.
I wanted to put the video up, but there was no way of doing it without getting copyright yelling at me, and they bumped me off the air. So go back if you get the opportunity. Put in Pivot and Antonio Brown. That'll be very entertaining, I guess is what you could say.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but that's it from me. Wait, hold on. Let's see what this says. And Anthony's been joining us a lot. By the way, Anthony, you joined our Pick'em League too. So Anthony joined our. If the Colts make the playoff, that's what. And think about this. It's the reason why I have Indianapolis winning the division, Anthony. I think you're right because again, you look at what Carson Wentz did. They were ranked 27th. What Matt Ryan did with the Atlanta Falcons, they were 17th. So in total offense. So in theory and by numbers, it's a better pick than Carson Wentz. So
yeah.
So, but yeah, he joined the Pick'em League. I think he did. So that's going to be fun, and I can't wait for that. By the way, I'm going to win that. I've decided I'm not just going to win. I've decided I think I'm going to beat everybody real bad. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm going to beat everybody real bad.
Okay. All right, Sonny.
All right, my man. That's all I got. You got anything else?
I'm already looking forward to next week, next Sunday.
Oh yeah. Next Sunday, your Bears gonna win the division, baby.
Can't go without saying hi to Joe. We didn't bring him out all day.
All day, and it just occurred to me I had not done that, so I thought I better get him out. So, all right, my man, we'll be all set and ready to go, and we'll find out who's going to win those divisions. I'm going to be. By the way, I promise to be a realist about the Detroit Lions. I promise. I'll be a realist.
Oh, well, then that tells me you got them winning this year. You got them winning it because
they might get past gangrene.
You got them winning it because they drafted Hutchinson.
Which is kind of, I don't know. That one still hurts me as a Jaguar fan, but it is what it is. All right, my man. I hope you have a good week. Same time next week, or do we need to change times?
I think. Let me think. Let's go with an hour later next week.
Noon at the top.
So that's noon your time.
That's noon my time. Yes. A little bit later.
No, noon your time. 10 o'clock my time.
Yeah, noon my time.
Yes, sir.
It's fine. I'll get an extra hour of sleep. It don't matter to me. Yeah, like I'm not up at 5 o'clock in the morning putting together the show. Yeah, I've got a big life here. There you go. But hey, September 11th, 9 o'clock. That means you got to wake up early. You got to really get up. 7 o'clock on air, your time, man. I don't almost envy you on that, almost, but because I'm usually up. I am definitely the epitome of, oh man, I'm up at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. That's how sad it is. But all right, my man. I hope you have a great day. I'll talk to you again. So tell your wife I completely and utterly apologize for taking you away from her, even though she's not there.
She knows the deal, Sonny. You don't have to apologize. She knows what's going on.
Yeah, she goes.
That's what makes it great.
They got diarrhea of the mouth. They've talked for 3.5 hours about football. That's what my wife says. Actually,
look, it's
4 hours, by the way, today.
I know, right? That's what's great about having a football wife, though.
There you know, and there you got the edge, and mine don't get it, don't understand, but we've been doing it for 13, now going on 14 years in February. So there you go. So in other words, she's just put up with it.
But look, you get me for 6 days and 21 hours.
There you go. There you go.
All I'm asking is for 3 hours.
3 hours
on air with Cuervo.
And Lord forbid I go on a run and decide that I want to talk about sports for a long period of time. I could do it. I just don't, which saves everybody a headache, I have a feeling. So you get all kinds of crazy couch conspiracies going on if I decide I'm going to go on 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, like the commissioner getting paid off.
Yeah, there you go. All right, my man. You have a great day. We'll talk to you next week. An hour later, noon my time, 10 your time. Everybody have a good one. Don't forget about the Couch Potato Sports Show. Also, August 25th, Couch Potato Sports Show brings you Sexy Mustang football right here in for my locals around. That'll do it for us. Everybody have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.